Development Strategy, the NDS, which will provide a strategic guidance for all development actors in the country. A key priority in the NDS, the National Development Strategy, is to undertake economic diversification, which is essential to reduce our dependence on oil revenue. Two, we are committed to continue refraining from contracting highly non-concessional loans, including new oil advances that have been discontinued following the Council of Ministers resolution in October 2020, and to gradually reduce the outstanding oil advance balances. Furthermore, we have taken steps to strengthen the institutional framework for debt management. These include taking the recently reconstituted loan committee under the debt management unit of the Ministry of Finance and Planning to approve any external debt contracted by South Sudan before they are sent for final approval by the Council of Ministers and the Assembly. Three, the stabilization of the exchange rate in recent months have helped to anchor consumer prices. This is why food prices have remained relatively stable in South Sudan, despite the increase globally. And I think this is a question that we are asked most of the time, especially the Bank of South Sudan. We are always asked that although the exchange rate has stabilized, we have not succeeded in bringing down prices. Our answer always has been that our mandate as Bank of South Sudan is not to bring down prices. Our mandate is to stabilize prices and to stop this hyperinflation, where prices are changing day in, day out. But even having said that, and others have done research in this, the global food prices have gone up significantly by about 18%. But in South Sudan, prices have come up down relatively, not to the extent to which the exchange rate have come down. And the explanation is that because we are importing our food from abroad, we are importing it at the higher prices that are there now in the international market. And therefore, part of the high prices that we are experiencing in South Sudan is an imported high prices. That's the explanation. The prices have gone up globally by about 18%. But in South Sudan, at least there is a stability in terms of the prices at the moment. Also, Bank of South Sudan has taken further steps to enhance institutional capacity and credibility. In this regard, we have managed now to complete the audit because we were lagging behind in terms of the audit of our financial statements. We have now completed the audit of our accounts up till 2018. They are all published in our website. We are also going to complete the audit of 2019-2020 before the end of this year. That's the commitment that we have made, and our auditors now have sent us the draft management letter, which will be passed by our board, and therefore those accounts will be up to date. And by next year, Bank of South Sudan will complete its audit as per the provisions of the Bank of South Sudan Act. And to support the monetary policy operation, the Bank of South Sudan will also introduce new instruments that will improve the ability of Bank of South Sudan to manage liquidity and contribute to the determination of market interest rate. Because at the moment, we are using interventions, foreign exchange interventions, in order to stabilize the exchange rate. But we are introducing new measures, new instruments, so that we don't rely only on the exchange rate. I think, Your Excellency, that's the presentation that I was asked to make on behalf of the Honorable Minister of Finance. I have my own issues, but we will bring them up in the next session, because the session where Bank of South Sudan also is invited, and I have 3 key items that I want also to share with the governors, specifically with the, I mean, concerning the Bank of South Sudan, not the economy in general. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, you have presented, and then, okay, you can sit down, you come back. Can we have the first and the secretary to come? The person is Carlo Shum. Okay. Yes, Carlo.
Your Excellency, Dr. Red Machar, first Vice President of the Republic, Honorable National Ministers present here, Honorable Governors, State Ministers, and development partners present here, fellow Undersecretaries, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. I will just be brief on the process of budgeting. I had some few templates which contain the numbers of our budget. And as we speak of now, our budget is going to go to Parliament one of these days. We completed the process, did everything, all the documentary requirements, the draft budget itself, the appropriation bill, the financial bill, and the budget statement, this budget speech. Before we could complete this, changes happened in the Ministry of Finance. Now we have to go back to the printing press, change the name of the old former minister, and inserted the new minister, and then start printing again, which has already cost us additional costs. But all the same, we are working, we are progressing. The other thing that is to be added was the National Development Strategy, which has been revised, and I think our team went up to the state. Each of you received our team regarding the revised National Development Strategy. And the consultation took place at the grassroots level, from the states to the national academia, youth, and women were all involved. And that's why we came up with this revised National Development Strategy. Now the last milestone remaining is to take it to Parliament. Once the Parliament endorses it, then we do the launch. With that, then, we shall have a new development strategy, which will be our guideline, or which will be a guide for our development plans, including all the states. We have also went to the states and asked the state to replicate the same agenda. I think we did a state development strategy in Central Equatoria. Then our team also toured the other states, and I think they are still working on it. And I believe in due course, the state governors will come up with their development strategy. Now, to begin with, I want to thank the organizers for invitation and appreciate the opportunity to participate in this plenary discussion. I would also like to acknowledge the members of the panel. To give you some brief, I don't know whether we are seeing the screen. Okay, the technicians are still working on it. Then I can, with your permission, Your Excellency, if I can proceed while the technicians continue to work on the screen.
Is it with you?
All right. So can I proceed?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes. So I was saying, to give just a brief on the intergovernmental physical transfers with the states. We all know the process for the intergovernmental transfers is a key part of the national public financial management system in South Sudan. It has been articulated in the Public Financial Management and Accountability Act of 2011. The government of South Sudan, through its Ministry of Finance and Planning, makes transfers of funds to the states and local governments on a monthly basis to finance service delivery. Just to give you some explanation on the process and the types of the transfers. We have the following transfers which go to the states, and this is what we put in the budget for the states. When we give this to the states, we usually call all the finance staff of all the 10 states plus 3 administrative areas. They come to Juba, we train them, and we share with them what we have in the budget. This year, I think the Great Equatoria, Upper Nile have already done theirs in Juba. And currently, our team is in Western Bahr el Ghazal to do also the training on the budget, state budget preparation in the state for Greater Bahr el Ghazal states. And they are currently in one. So, what we have usually is we have a general block transfers. This is at the discretion of the governors of the state. They do with it anything. They do development, they pay salaries, and so on up to them. Then there is the second, that is conditional transfers. This is planned by the line ministries, and they determine the conditionality on where to use or how to use these funds they put. Namely, the Ministry of General Education is making conditional transfers. The Ministry of Health is making conditional transfers. Then you have the water for service delivery. There are also other institutions which do prepare conditional transfers to the states. So all this together, you have the general block, which is divided into general block and then county development grants. You have also block for the counties. Then we have sales tax adjustment grant. This, I think, was, if some of you, I'm sure my governor was there as one of the senior governors. This was decided in a governors forum in 2012 that the collection of revenue be put in a pool, and then it is to be divided at the end of the month based on certain formulas, and then we send to the states. So that is STAG, is the third block that we transfer also to the states. The formula for the distribution of this for the block, it was also agreed, I think, in that governance forum, that in order to move towards equity, we need to devise an appropriate formula for resource allocation. Because what used to happen in the past, before that time, we had 79 million, which was divided by 10 straight, irrespective of the size of each state. So I think the studies was done and found that I think they need to move away from that equal distribution to at least a more equitable resources. It may not be the best, but at least one of the best ways to resolve the issue of resource allocation. So what that study at that time came, we had to allocate 60% of the block equally. That is, let's say it is 60 million divided by 10 states or by 13, which now includes the 3 administrative areas. Then the remaining 40% should be based on population. This is to strike out the difference, so that a state with only 1 county or 3 counties cannot receive the same amount with a state of certain counties. So then it was established, we had that formula, and this is the formula which is still working until today. The idea behind was, for the first maybe few years, we go with that formula. Then after 2 to 3 years, we change it to 50-50. 50 equally, 50 based on population. And we continue reducing. The next would have been 60 or 40 equally and 60 by population, until we reach a more equitable resource distribution. So far, because of events that took place in our country, we have not been able to implement the follow-up because, you know, we went from 10 to 28 and 32. And then again, we came now back to 10. And so those changes, you know, sometimes do affect the implementation of plans. But still, however, we are prepared to move ahead to get a better way of resource allocation to the states. Okay, it's now the slide. Okay. No, this one, this is the slide I was saying I will come and explain later on. But I just want to go over the issue of intergovernmental state transfers, because this is what concerns the governors, and I really want to make sure we are on the same page with the governors in the states. The formula is 40 and 60. Then you have the conditional and the block. I think there was a spreadsheet of the table. I will need to see that table so that we can all see what is actually in that table. You have
the table not coming.
There is a spreadsheet, table 1.1, that is transfers to states by within the 2 fiscal years. You know, I just took a snapshot of what we did last year and what is in the current budget, which is going to Parliament. And I think these numbers we have already shared with your staff when we did the state budget preparation workshop here in Juba. So what do we have? A is the general block transfers. Last year, are we there? Oh, yes. No. It's an Excel spreadsheet. When it comes, table 1.1. When it comes, I was saying, last year, we allocated 7 billion of general block for the state transfers. And we allocated for county block transfers 376 million. And we made county development grant, just an estimate of 50 million. Then the transfers to service delivery units. These are mainly hospitals, health centers, and so on. This is under the Ministry of Health, but in order to protect these funds, we have brought it as a state transfer, because if we put it in the pool for the Ministry of Finance, with the many agencies coming, these funds may not go. So when we put it in the transfers, it is being protected because it has to go to the states. That is about 12 billion. And then we had oil-related, was about 55 million. This would be a thing for those states, oil-producing states. This year, we have increased the block transfers from 7 to 11 billion, which is an increase of 63% of the state transfers. And then we also increased the county block transfers to about 1 billion, which is almost 166% increase. And again, the county development grant, as an allocation, just estimate, we put it 150 million. And this gave us an increase of 200 million, 200%. And for the stack, increased from 594 to about 1 billion, which is an increase of 68%. Now, on the conditional transfers, which is Ministry of Health, Ministry of Higher Education, Ministry of Water Resources, Animal Resources, Forestry, and Civil Service, Civil Commission. Now, you have last year for the conditional salaries, which is determined by the line ministries, was 6 billion. And the conditional operating transfers, determined also by the line ministries, it's 1.4 billion. And the transfers to service delivery was 12 billion. This year, the conditional salaries has been increased from 6 to 18 billion, which shows an increase of 164%. And the conditional operating also increased from 1.4 billion to 14 billion, which is about 924% increase. And again, the service delivery units reduced. The ministry concerned or the line ministry concerned knows the results, because they have their certain indicators or certain factors. When they are not fulfilled, then they take the services away from that institution. This fund reduced to 10 billion, which is a reduction of about 15%. The total then for conditional last year was 20 billion, this year is 44 billion, which is an increase of 114%. And for the general block, increase from 8 billion to 13 billion, total, which is an increase of 69%. Now let me continue again on, this is the spreadsheet, which shows how much we have allocated to the states in this current budget and how much was allocated in the previous fiscal year. With this, I'm continuing. In addition to the intergovernmental fiscal relations, the Ministry of Finance is increasingly working with the states to improve the PFM process as follows. One, we support the formation of the State Revenue Authority. The Ministry of Finance and Planning has worked with the UNDP, our development partner, to establish state revenue authorities in some states. This is part of the broader PFM reform process. At the level of the states, the State Revenue Authority enables the states to undertake the revenue administration process more efficiently and effectively by institutionalizing the process. Number two, the state budget plans. As part of the process of preparing the national budget, the Ministry of Finance also supports the states to develop their budget plans. Usually, state budget preparation workshops are organized where staff from the budget unit and the National Ministry of Finance support states in developing the budget. The key elements of the state budget are block transfer, conditional, and reporting on execution of the state budget. Let me just a bit explain this. Some years back, before the crisis of 2013, we used to get reports from the states on the budget execution or the funds that we transfer to the states. After the incident, the development partners that were supporting us, I think, left the country. But we continued with our national staff who have been working with Deloitte and with the supporting the funding from the World Bank. So we continued until that time when the states were now divided into 28 and then 32. What then affected us in the preparation of the reports, as maybe many of you know, we had that IFMIS, a standalone in all the 10 states. When these states were divided, the staff, some staff might have left the old state and went to a new state. Some decided to take, and even, the system, the IFMIS, maybe the computer was taken to another state and a laptop to another state, so the thing collapsed. What we did, we tried to say, okay, let's develop manual Excel spreadsheets for reporting. We brought the staff from the states and we trained them to use these templates. But unfortunately, I think the challenges continue in terms of, the issue of capacity. We needed more time to train the people at the states, and even our staff at the national level. We needed to train them to be the trainers of the state cadres. So, with that, we could not now continue to receive the report until today, as we speak of now. We have taken many years without receiving any reports from the states, but we continue sending transfers to the states. One of the recent ones, I think, I sent a circular. That was when I was still the Undersecretary for Planning, when we received some support from IMF called Rapid Credit Facility. And how we got this was, we explained to IMF that we are going to open a separate account and not to mingle that money with the money of the Minister of Finance. We shall be reporting on a monthly basis. We will follow procurement procedures, and this report will be subject to audit. It was a long thing. Good. Now, South Sudan is prepared to receive international funding. We will receive that money, and when we are going to start that, when we started transferring, we sent a circular that these funds are subject to audit. The auditors will come. Please keep the documentation in place. And I think they came. Most of you might have received these circulars. Most of you must have received the auditors. Most of you must have also received our staff who went to make the states be prepared for the audit of these RCA funds. And this happened. So, in order to, as we said, the governor was talking of the formation of the PFM. As we formed the PFM, as part of the reform, we did revitalize the State Transfer Monitoring Committee, STMC, which used to be the body in the Ministry of Finance responsible for monitoring the use of the funds in the states. And this body is composed of all the line ministries making transfers to the states, plus our Director General of Budget, plus somebody from Public Service because of the electronic payroll, and so forth. So this body has been instituted, and it is now in place. One of the first things we did was for the states to follow the proper use of these funds, especially the conditional ones. We ask those line ministries to give us guidelines to support the states to know how to use these funds. So we also sent the guidelines from the Ministry of General Education on how the conditional transfers are to be utilized. We also sent guidelines from the Ministry of Health on how the conditional transfers are to be utilized, and then water. So I believe these guidelines are with you in the states, especially our colleagues in the ministries of finance. They should be supporting the central government to use the resources as per guidelines of the line ministries which are making conditional transfers. What for? For service delivery to the states. So at the national level, as I was saying, we made a development priorities are informed by the National Development Strategy, that is NDS, which provides strategic guidance for all development stakeholders in the country. Two, however, we are organized for cognizant that the states have their own unique set of development priorities. Consequently, Ministry of Finance is currently working with the UNDP to develop state development plans and align them to the NDS. The Sustainable Development Plans have the following objectives. We need clearly articulate the priorities of the states. Two, we need to provide a framework for the preparation of the state budget. Then guide investments for both humanitarian and development stakeholders in the states. Your Excellency, these are my few remarks about the state intergovernmental physical relations. Maybe I need to go back, and if the people of the PowerPoint can give these few slides on the screen. I'll just stop, Your Excellency. This is the budget to present to the Council of Ministers, and you pass them. We were back and forth with the Council of Ministers. First time we went, and then it was returned. We came back, and we came with the revised budget. The numbers from the beginning were so small because we had not yet factored all the resources that are available. As you know, budgeting is a process. The numbers we may have today, tomorrow may change because the context of the cash flows from our colleagues in the Revenue Authority and even petroleum, they differ. And then we have also other challenges facing the national government. Those are the issues of the loans that the governor of the central bank was talking. From the beginning, before 2012, the Republic of South Sudan did not know something called loans. In that we are sufficient. But maybe we missed some of the steps. We are sufficient and should have planned for some developments that will continue generating more funds for us. Some plans to put some money aside and or build the reserve. That's why when in 2012, when we shut the oil production, immediately within a short time we didn't have any resources. And that oil revenue used to constitute about 98% of our revenues. Now, if we shut today the oil revenue, the oil production, that means 98% of the resources are out. And we only had to operate with the 2%. That was the first economic impact. Then we continued for some time. About 2013, we had the crisis. That one also took us back. I do not want to mention, in fact, I had to travel to Wow with the Minister of Cabinet Affairs to resolve some of the issues of people who were to be paid. The money was sent, and then all of a sudden, the money got finished. So the minister asked me, okay, you can go with another team, you take more money. And that was using the crisis management committee. It was a lot of lessons we learned. When the crisis management committee was formed, our understanding was it was going to improve the cash position in the subsequent months. That, of course, many people have left. Then we expect the number to come down. And what we will be paying to our organized forces would be less than what we used to pay. But this was not the case. So that was not the issue, but it has an impact. That incident had an impact on us. In 2014, when the oil prices went down, so our resources also dwindled until we had to ask, thinking of going back to austerity. It became very hard. It was a hard decision, actually. So the minister at that time, I think Honorable Agriculture Sabuni, tried to manipulate how we can control the expenditure and how we can try to collect more and spend efficiently. All these were not very possible, but it left us with a very big gaps. Then the one of 2016, and we continued still with some. Until today, we still live with the impacts of those incidents. One of the worst we all know is COVID-19 hit the economy worldwide. All countries were affected. So we were also equally affected for two reasons. One, the oil prices in the market went down to the extent that I think it would have been good for us to stop producing. Because if we only sell it at $30 a barrel, and yet Sudan needs 24, then we're only left with 6. At the end of the day, it would mean we are going to work to produce and pay Sudan only. So those were the challenges we had really faced. Thank God, the international community came. That's what I'm saying. IMF then came in during our engagement for the reforms in the country. Then we had that support. There was another one also, the locusts. I think affected most of the states. Eastern Equatoria, Jonglei, and many others were also affected. So food crops were reduced. These are all the impacts that happened during this time. And that we are saying the context of the country keeps on changing. Now, with these few remarks, I just want to explain the budget tables that we presented to the Council of Ministers, which contains.
When is it coming?
I don't know. Technicians. Okay.
Let's give a solution.
Okay.
Since it's not coming, you go back. And then when it comes, you come back. So that we can give another person a chance.
Okay. I just wanted to explain one thing, Your Excellency, on the allocation of these resources to the states, because it came up that how much of the resources go to the state compared to the national budget. I want to say it this way: we actually allocate budget based on the blocks to ensure that the government operates. We have salary. This is the biggest block. Why? Because of the size of the national government, the army, and the foreign affairs. Foreign mission, which is dollar denominated, it will never be compared to any institution. This is followed by the operation, the national level. Then Third is the state, and the state takes about 17% of the national budget. The salary, which is the biggest, is 29%, and operation 28%. The rest are all smaller than that. So this is about the allocation or the proportion of the allocation of our budget nationally. So with this, if the tables are not ready, maybe
They say you forgot to bring it with you.
no, it is there. It is there. I gave them. Here it is. Somebody might have not seen it well. Just read.
Well,
Okay.
then,
How did you print that one? Yes. Yeah, that one. How did they print it? And you say I forgot. So maybe just for those who have now the copy.
there it is.
Okay. Yes. So I just want us to go straight away to table 1. Table 1 is actually the FY 2021-2022 resource envelope and has increased below. You know, I said earlier, we came to the cabinet twice. The first time was the one you look, the first column, 544, which was the oil revenues. Then the second time when we revised. In the first one, we took a benchmark price of $60 a barrel. But then when we saw the prices were increasing, we took an average of $63 a barrel. And that, of course, has an impact of increasing our oil revenues from 544 billion to 589 billion. Then the non-oil revenues, of course, were constant. Even though during the COVID-19 they had dropped because of the border closure, and we all depend collection of non-oil revenues on imported goods. No goods coming, no money. Problems at the border, no money. So these are the impacts of depending on oil on imported goods coming from out. We still need to develop our private sector to be able to generate our own revenues from manufacturing and even mining and so forth. But this is the situation in which we are. Then you have the RCF, of course, I said. We get 12 billion. And then the gains from the RCF, those are the, when we sold the RCF to the central bank, we sold it at official exchange rate, then the bank started auctioning. The difference is what we call the premium, and they started giving us back that one. That is what brought us to this. Then you have the SDR allocation. Yes, this is the latest. During our engagement with IMF and the World Bank, of course, we discussed about issues of our funding gap. Our budget is deficit. So I think the IMF considered, with the reasons we gave to them, they considered to approve us the SDR, which is a special drawing right they give to every member country based on the quota you have in the fund. So we got them 60 billion. That increased our resources from 613 billion to 727 billion. Then the next slide, the next table is a revised expenditure of FY 2021 and the budget and the mandatory expenditures. You see the mandatory expenditures. You have payment to Sudan of 28,000 barrels a day. Then you have transfers to oil producing state 2%, transfers to oil producing communities 3%, and transfers to Ministry of Petroleum 3%. Then oil for roads. That time we factored 10, but now it's 20. So we had to revise the numbers for oil for roads, push up, and that, of course, the impact it has is leaving us with limited resources for the budget. As you can see, the total here is 564 billion. These are what we call mandatory expenditures, or rather direct. Before we get all our resources, these are the things you need to do. It's like even every one of you, you owe people money. As soon as you get your salary, you start now pulling your pocket and say, then you see how much you remain with. This is the situation in which South Sudan is with our debts and so forth. The next slide is about the actual spending of the agencies. See now, as I was saying, you see the highest in salary, followed by operation, and then transfer states. Once we do this, we ensure the government is operating. States must get transfers. Government officials must be paid their salaries. And then get some money for their operation to buy fuel and electricity. Here, this three alone makes the government operate. Now, the next one is now the summary of the table. As you can see, we have resources, 727 billion, which is from both oil and non-oil. And as people wonder, our oil is flowing, our non-oil revenues are improving. Where is this money going? This is where it goes. First, 78% goes for the repayment of the mandatory repayments. That is 564 billion. Then you remain with only 22% to allocate your budget. And your budget is about 287 only, bringing a total expenditure of 851 billion. This means you remain with a deficit of 123 billion. This is the situation. So, as we speak, as we all hear, revenues have increased, oil is flowing, the price in the market is now good, but where is the money going? They are going here. The 564 billion. This is where our money goes. First, you need to pay someone you borrowed the money from. Second, you need to pay someone whom you are renting the facilities. These are all the things. With the last thing, I think the Ministry of Finance has just concluded the review of the staff monitor program, which I think the governor mentioned, and where I think all the results are very positive. The macroeconomic conditions are once again improving after a downturn caused by the global pandemic and devastating floods in FY 2020 and 2022. We project an economic growth of about 3.2% in FY 2021-2022 from a contraction of 4.2% in FY 2020-2021. Two, on the monetary front, we have had some monetary discipline and successful foreign exchange reform, which is this one. We have to work hand in hand with the central bank by aligning the fiscal policy to the monetary policy. So when we're paying the arrears that we have cleared up to June, at least we need to have a space for the bank to be able to control the money supply. We pay this week, then next week we don't. We pay the other week we don't. So we pay every 2 weeks to enable the government, the bank, to mop in the money in circulation, and we cause it to be supplied to the market again the following week. So that is what has caused the stabilization of the exchange rate. We've been spared from the third wave, okay? of COVID-19 outbreak so far. But the risk of another wave remains high, so let us be conscious. Hence, they need to be alert. On the overall, I can say that we have made use of the improvement in the external economic environment to put our monetary and fiscal policy quality and on a more solid footing, enabling us to meet almost all end to June quantitative performance criteria that we had agreed with the IMF in the staff monitored program. After deliberation in the Council of Ministers for the budget of 2021-22 and the financial bill for 21-22 were then submitted for consideration and approval so that we can submit it to the reconstituted transitional national legislature for approval. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you.
I submit.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, now we move presentation as a panelist. Is now there. Who comes first? Will it be Dear or Dr. Fatima? Okay, we call back Dear. Huh? Dear Tom? Yeah, he has issues to present. What he presented was on behalf of the Minister of Finance and supported by the First Under Secretary just now.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Thanks again. I'm back. I have three issues that I wanted to bring to the attention of the governors. I'll be very brief. The Bank of South Sudan have been receiving a lot of complaints from a number of financial institutions, banks, forex bureaus, and the rest of financial institutions. And the issue they always raise is that some states request them to produce local licenses for banks and forex bureaus. That some of the branches of banks that are operating in the states are required to get state licenses. And Your Excellency, that is creating a lot of issues for banks. First of all, mostly or even all the financial institutions that are operating in the states are branches and their head offices are here. So even issues relating to taxes and everything are done by head office because their accounts have to be audited at the end of the year, consolidated as one block. And then after that, they pay the tax. But as I said, there are issues that some states are requiring them to pay some fees and taxes, and above all, they are required to obtain licenses from the state. I'm not a lawyer. I don't want to make legal arguments here, but I just wanted to just highlight some of the key areas that are contained in our constitution and also in the Bank of South Sudan Act. That for the Bank of South Sudan as the apex national institution that is mandated to supervise all the financial institutions in the country, we believe that the bank has the sole and exclusive power, on the matters relating to financial institutions. Our constitution and the provision of the Bank of South Sudan Act 2011 are clear about the matters relating to financial institutions, and that the Bank of South Sudan has the mandate as the only responsible institutions to regulate and license the financial institutions, including banks and forex bureaus. We have Article 180 of our Constitution establishes the Bank of South Sudan as an independent corporate legal entity under which all financial institutions are subject to rules and regulations set by the bank. On the same note, the Bank of South Sudan Act 2011 gives exclusive responsibility to the bank for the supervision, regulation, and licensing of financial institutions in South Sudan. And in this respect, the principal functions of the bank with regard to regulated entities, as spelled out in the Bank of South Sudan Act, are as follows: that the Bank of South Sudan is mandated to promote the general safety, stability, efficiency, and transparency of the banking and financial system of South Sudan. There are no other entities at the state level or at the national level that are mandated to perform that function. It is also responsible for the supervision and compliance with the provision of relevant laws, regulations of the bank pertaining to regulated entities. The bank also take appropriate steps to ensure that regulated entities conducting business in South Sudan are operated in a safe, responsible, and honest business-like manner. And therefore, what we are requesting here is that we wanted really maybe to dialogue with the states so that the issue of supervision of banks and financial institutions is addressed, and maybe we focus more on how we can work together to ensure that we encourage financial institutions to go to states so that they are able to provide financial services, and so that we broaden the financial inclusion for all people. That's the first item that I wanted to bring up. The second relates to borrowing powers of states, because I've also been meeting some state governors, and they raise issues regarding whether the states can borrow directly or through the central government. And our constitution also is very clear about this. It permits the national and state government to borrow money with the approval of their respective legislatures. That's the right. But there are a number of conditions attached to that. That when the state borrow, if the state want to borrow, the national there is no requirement, or it is not a must that the national government or the Bank of South Sudan, the states can borrow in accordance with their own financial worthiness. So they will check whether you are in a position to repay back, of course, the loans that you want to make. And those need to be clear before the Bank of South Sudan or the national government can provide guarantees. Also, foreign borrowing by the governments of the state shall be in a manner that does not undermine. We are sure that foreign currency will be there so that you can make the repayments. And therefore, the Bank of South Sudan requests the states to coordinate all matters relating to state borrowing with the Bank of South Sudan and to report all financial and fiscal. We need to also have our national debt. We need to have a data on our national debt so that we are able to plan for the repayments. That's the second agenda or the second point that I want to share with you. The last is a request that the Bank of South Sudan is making. We have plans in place where we wanted to, in the medium to long run, we want to open branches in all states. At the moment, there are states where we have branches already. We have and we have states where we don't have branches whatsoever. So I've been approaching some states. Have met in one way or another, so that they can work to allocate South Sudan so that we are able to embark on our plan. That's mainly, although we have a branch there, but we have a plan to have our national training center land in Awil. I know also I've spoken to a number of governors, including the governor of Eastern Equatoria, who gave me promise last time. So I think we will follow up on that. So I wanted to bring this to attention of also we have land. I think we have land in Bor that was located to us some time back. So we wanted really the other states to help us in this so that we can go ahead with our plans of opening branches of Bank of South Sudan in those states. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Can you explain, just as an example, credit worthiness? For example, Upper Nile State, Unity State, as we saw from the presentation by Furom, they're 2% or 2% of the oil revenue. Can they use that as collateral to give them credit worthiness so that they can borrow?
Thank you, Your Excellency.
If they decide to do so, I'm not saying they will.
Thank you. Definitely. When we talk about credit worthiness, we are talking about your ability to repay back the loan, and that's key. It could be 2%, 3%. Also, it could be other resources that the states may have. Of course, the loans that we are talking about here will be more or less medium to long-term loans that can be used for development, and maybe unless maybe a state wanted, maybe the 2%, 3% is liquid enough, to be used in the short term, and some may want to use it. But here we're talking about other fiscal assets that the state may have, and that they may want to use those fiscal assets, as a collateral for their long-term developmental plans, including land. Yes, land is part of it. The only challenge that we have here is that most of the land we have, we have challenges with the title deeds. Even in Cuba here, it is one of the challenges that our business people are having, that they cannot use the land they have to as a collateral, because sometimes there are issues about the title deeds. There are issues relating to how the land can be repossessed. So we have been also talking to the Minister of Justice, so that if there are ways, for us to have even special codes or a registry, a common registry for collaterals, so that we can use these collaterals as title, as collaterals. But sometimes there are difficulties because there are legal challenges that especially banks may face, and they cannot really repossess, those pieces of lands when they are mortgaged for them.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
They will generate other ideas later.
Thank you.
Okay. Now we move to Joseph Mwiji. Is that World Bank? Is Joseph there? Well, Joseph is not there. The Dr. Fatimata Sensei, UNDP. Okay, we'll give them a chance when they come, maybe later on. Now we move to foreign before that we move to wildlife. Wildlife. I hope the Minister of Wildlife, Conservation and Tourism is around.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Even though I'm not included in the initial program, but upon my request, they have allowed me شكرا لك كثير، وإن شاء الله presentation بتاعي يكون للمستوى اللي أنا داير أعمله. His Excellency Dr. Riek Machar Teny, the Vice President and the Chair of the Governance Cluster, and the Chair of the ongoing Governance Forum session, His Excellency General Taban Dengai, Vice President and the Chair of the Physical Infrastructure Cluster, His Excellency Dr. Ismail Wais, to revitalize peace agreement. And in this juncture, I have to acknowledge the Office of the Minister of the Presidential Affairs for organizing these historical events. My colleagues, the national ministers, and also in this juncture, let me welcome our colleague, Maika Yi, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, whom we left back in Qatar, but today is here amongst you. His Excellencies, the State Governors, the Chief Administrators, and the owners and makers of this forum, we're really honored of you and of the few presentations that some of you have delivered for us. Distinguished guests, delegation from the states, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My presentation will be in two phases, but will be brief. Basically, I will be taking you along the tourism attractions in South Sudan because, in fact, we are developing this sector. What is known for everybody, mostly it's about the wildlife in protected areas. But now I'm introducing to you the other three aspects. I hope the documents now are available to everybody. Let us go to page 3. We start with the country brand name. Actually, we have introduced the country brand name last March, and it was being adopted by the Honorable Council of Ministers last May. And this is the name of South Sudan. It's our brand name, Land of Great Abundance, based on the multiple resources that we have in TEP. The next page is about the protected areas in South Sudan. The one in dark green is about the national parks.
Can we show you map?
I didn't give them the.
You're not using the
I'm not
slide?
using the. Yeah, I'm not using the
Okay,
slide.
If you
But
have the paper, this is the
dark green, those are the national parks. There are 6. The explanation is there. You will get them in details. And in the light blue, those are for the protected areas. And the light reddish, that is for the potentials. If you have Mashabirsha, Imatonya, and the rest. Go to the next page. It's about South Sudan country profile. This one is very essential for tourism, and it's also very essential for every South Sudanese. It has to be informed about them. The location of the country. We are a landlocked country in Eastern Africa. Our neighboring countries: Central African Republic, Democratic Republic of Congo, Ethiopia, Kenya, Uganda, and Sudan. Our demography, with an area of 644,392 square kilometers, and an estimated population of 12.2 million. The country has a low population density at 19 people per square kilometer. Population growth is estimated at 3.2% per year, one of the highest rates of demographic expansion in the world. Our capital is Juba. Our regional economic community membership, we are members to the East African Community, members to the COMESA, members to the IGAD. Our official languages: English, Arabic, and others. Our religion, the religions here in the country, we have Christianity, which is the majority, followed by Islam, and we have our traditional beliefs. Our main exports: crude oil, timber, gold, gum arabic, etc., etc. Our currency is South Sudanese pounds. International dialing code is +211. Major national sports: football, athletic, tennis, basketball, and wrestling, etc., etc. There are others whom we can develop later. Climate: South Sudan is mostly tropical, with high humidity and significant rainfall, though there is regional variations due to altitude and terrain. The rainy season affects all parts of the country and occurs from April through November annually, while the dry season is from December to March, and it varies also. Climate is one of the important sources of tourist attraction based and other sources. We have narrated some few areas like Imatonj, Patalang. As an introduction for the topic, South Sudan is richly endowed with wildlife, natural, cultural, and historical tourism. Those are the four main tourism attraction aspects, which I will be elaborating on them. The strength of tourism is untapped quality of vast wilderness areas, national parks, the Great Rapids and waterfalls, the well-documented cultures of non-South Sudanese tribes, and unique combination of nature, heritage, and culture. Those are tourism aspects. These attractions are valued by international visitors as exemplified by growth of tourism investment. Therefore, the government of the Republic of South Sudan recognizes that tourism and hospitality industry has potential to contribute to the economic growth of the country. Our vision is there, mission is there, our mandate to develop and promote a tourist and hotel industry in the Republic of South Sudan. We go to the tourism objectives, there are three. They are there, you can as long as you have the document, you can pass over them. Then we have pillars of tourism industry in South Sudan. There are two aspects. We have hotels and catering, that is part of our tourism, and we have tour and travel agencies. Those are the two pillars which we are managing tourism through them. Tourism attractions of the Republic of South Sudan. Here we will be embarking on the four aspects. Let us start with the natural tourism attractions. Natural tourism attractions are geographical and biological features that have a specific appeal to the tourism market. Natural attractions includes desert forest regions, rainfall, alpine areas, woodlands, grasslands, mountains, beaches, swamps, caves, provision from the states. So that I compile, formulate, develop it to the last feature, then I will be tabling it before. The cabinet. Some of these natural tourism, I have cited them, like hot springs. The hot spring we have here in the Nyangmar area. We have the Sud wetland states. We go to the next aspects of tourism, the tourism attraction aspects, to go for the historical sites in South Sudan. The historical events that have occurred in South Sudan left a lot of sites, some of which are connected with the colonial rule, others are linked up with the struggle of the people of South Sudan, beginning from 1980s up to the 2005. These historical sites include British garrisons, execution and burial sites, all missionary centers, explorers, trial, slave trade, market, monuments, among sites of SPLM general commands and operations. In bracket, Victor Yongarang, the headquarters which was being using. Now let us cite some examples, but for you to expand based on the availability in your various areas. We have now picked the famous tamarind tree. We have King George House. We have Demziber, that was one of the slave trade centers. We have For shoulder incident, we have Torit, that is where the Nyanya 1 started, an attraction site, Guru Tomb, the Museum of Dr. John Garang Memorial. The one nearby us, it will be used one of the historical sites. Museum of Ali Abdul Latif in Wow and Abdul Fadil al-Mas, both of them are in Wow. Mundeng site, it's one of our historical areas at Podium. I think we are expecting your contribution along this context. The third tourism aspect, that is the cultural tourism attraction. Its narration goes as cultural tourism is a type of tourism activity in which the visitors' essential motivation is to learn, discover, experience, and consume the tangible and intangible cultural attraction / products in a tourism destination. Actually, general definition of tourism or tourist is somebody who moves from a place to another place to spend more than a day and less than 1 year. If you go beyond 1 year, that you are residing. That is the definition of tourist. Let us go for number 1, destination. One type of cultural tourism destination is living cultural areas. Visiting any culture other than one's own, visiting any culture part of your own, such as traveling to a foreign country or to a neighboring village. That means you are touring. Other destinations include historical sites, modern urban districts, ethnic pockets of towns, fairs, festivals, theme parks, and natural ecosystems. It has been shown that cultural attractions and events are particularly strong magnets for tourism. The term cultural tourism used for journeys. This is what I have just narrated. The second aspect is about our tribes and our daily attitudes and behaviors. That's the second aspect. The third is about our cultural items. The fourth is about our language. Our language contains the main essence of our tourism. The religious. Apart from the main two religions, even the two religious shrines, mosques, and churches, plus the other indigenous beliefs, the realities of our tribes, because they are conflicting figures. What is going viral, that South Sudan has 64 tribes. Some are giving a space of more than 64. But based on this, you can see we have identified 76 tribes. They are before you here in this document, and every each state has the right to pass over them. Start with Eastern Equatoria, we have Zander, Abukaya, Bananda, Muru, the four categories, the four sections of Muru. We have Mundu and Baka. Western Equatoria, we have identified 6. And Western Equatorians are here, and you have the right of either increasing or modifying with 10 counties. Central Equatoria, we have identified 11 tribes. We have Adiu, which is Matraka, Bari, Mundari, Pujulu, Nyangwara, Kakwa, Lulubu, Kaliko, Abukaya, Kuku, and Lubara. There are 11. This is what we have captured. And I think Central Equatoria, they can improve on this with 6 counties. Eastern Equatoria, they have 18, which I think Governor Luis have mentioned them. But for the formalities, also I have to mention what I have. We have actually Latuka, which is Utuhu. Dangatona, Horia, Tenet, Lopit, Taposa, Lango, Kit, Logir, Nyamaton, Imaton, Gia, with 11 counties. Upper Nile, we have managed to capture 5. Jiang, which is Denka, Shuluk, Nuer, Maban, and Uduk. Unity, Upper Nile, they have 13 counties. Unity states, we have managed to capture only 2. Nuer, which is North, Dinka, Jiang, only 2, with 9 counties. Northern Margaza, there are 3. Then, which is Jiang, Jurshal, which is Lua, then Akwet, which is Ril. That is in northern Margaza. With 5 counties. Falata? This is actually what they have. Given us. Then we go to Warap, Jorbeli, and Mudu, which is Mudu. Western Warap state, it has 6 counties. Western Maharanzal, we have managed to capture 20. Sere, Bongo, Ndogo, Froge, Golo, Binga, Bai, Yuru, Balanda, Balanda Viri, Balanda Bor. They are different between the 2 Balandas. Balanda Bor, they are part of affiliated to the Luo. While Viris are different from them. They share language, but Bor, they have their own language. We have Chat, which is Ture. We have Kresh. Kresh have Trisak. We have Banda, Woro. Nabalgule add value into this. No, actually, we have included the 3 areas within the initial states. Now there are communities who are existing in 2 states. Like we have the Vukayas, they are in Central Equatoria and Western Equatoria. Those are the Vukaya. You have the Balanda, they are in Western Equatoria and Western, the ethnical tourism, cultural tourism. Now we go to the last, which is about the protected areas. In the protected areas, we have 6 national parks and 12 game reserves. You have the details there, but I will not be going in depth because they are there. For the national parks, we have Numuli, it's in Eastern Equatoria. Badingalo, it's a shared park between Central Equatoria, Eastern Equatoria, and Jonglei. We have Boma in Greater Jonglei. We have Southern National Park. It's a share between Western Equatoria, Western Marghazal, Lakes, and Warab, between 4 states, and Southern National Park is the largest. You have the details there. Then we have Shambe, which is the 5th. Shambe, it's in Lakes. Then we have Lontoto. Lontoto it's a share between Western Equatoria and Central Equatoria. Those are the 6 national parks. The game reserves are 12. Let me mention them. We have Mishra in Warab. We have Berizunga in Western Equatoria. We have Biripatwa in Western Equatoria. We have Bangangai in Western Equatoria. We have Kadipo in Eastern Equatoria. We have Zaraf in Jonglei, and shared with Unity. We have Panjikang in Upper Nile. We have Boro in Western Marghazal. We have Asana in Northern Marghazal. We have Chalco in Northern Marghazal. We have Juba Game Reserves. Juba Game Reserve is now what remains from Juba Game Reserve is only Jebel Kujur. To include Muniki, Rock City, Jebel, going up to Luri, it was part of Juba Game Reserves. But now what remains for us is only Jebel Kujur. Then you have tried also to present before you the wildlife species. You have the tables there. It shows where they are. Like the big 5s, they're all over. The big 5s are elephants, buffaloes, lions, African leopard. We don't have tiger. We have African leopards. We have hippos. We have them here. In the next paper, you can see the birds, which bird species in South Sudan. By this, I can say that I'm done with the first part of my presentation. Remain the other one about the situational analysis, which I'm expecting your involvement in addressing some of those issues. This document will be presented to the cabinet, and it has been adopted as the policy framework for the Ministry of Wildlife Conservation and Tourism. And for us to develop this document, we have set what is known as situational analysis to read between the lines. And this situational analysis have brought the first challenge for us is habitat destructions and degradation. This one is occurring in all the protected areas. And it needs a brief explanatory. This is one of the many causes of biodiversity loss within most of the protected areas in South Sudan due to overgrazing. Because most of our protected areas now, our people are using it for grazing. It's all over. We have competition for water and fodder. We have the artisanal mining. Some of our national parks, people are mining in some parks. Illegal charcoal production, logging, and we have encroachment. And in some of them, we have some IDPs now residing in some of those protected areas. That is about the illegal firearms. Now most of our population are carrying arms, and they are a threat for the wildlife species. They are a real threat. And the third, it's about conservation legislation. legislation. When we take hold of the ministry, we discovered a very huge gap and serious challenge about the legislations. And that's why we have embarked on reviewing some laws and we have developed other laws. Number 4, we have poor park management. As you can see, in most of our parks, the management was very poor due to the situation, due to the insecurities and the multiple situations. And even some of the parks, if you go, for instance, to Numuli, you cannot get more than 10 capable personnel, but we have worked on them. And we have the other challenges, uniform equipment and so on and so forth, issues of mobility, communication equipment, trained paramedics, capacity building, lack of infrastructure, because we are expecting for us to utilize those protected areas efficiently. But if you move around, you will not get the relevant infrastructure, right from road networks, headquarters, game rangers, plus the hotels or the ecologies. You cannot get them there. Then we have lack of advocacy in wildlife and tourism products. We have the products, we have the opportunities, but it needs us to work hard. Then out of as a response to those challenges, we have developed our policy framework in terms of tasks. The first task is about the legal framework to review and enact the Wildlife Conservation and Protected Areas Bill, Wildlife Service and Tourism Bill, Wildlife Policy, and the regulations. And by the way, most of the states are focusing only on the hotel affairs. But we have tour and travels plus the hotels. Those are the two pillars. And now we are developing the regulations because they don't have the laws are being abstracted from tourism law. Then we'll be managing them by regulations. Now we are processing that regulation so that we manage them. Even though now there are a lot of conflicts within the states and a sort of dispute. Even some mayors are causing us problems, like the one in Juba. He has closed more than 15 hotels. Even though he's not qualified to do that. That is about the legal framework. The second task, the recruitment and training. It's well familiar to you. You are well informed about that status. The said about the development of the protected areas. We are working very hard, and thanks to God, the Vice President for Infrastructure is here, and is pushing hard to solve the issues of road networks within the protected areas, and also we're trying to mobilize resources. The fourth about research and planning. We have to manage those protected areas in a very scientific way. That's why we are working hard along that task. Task number 5 about law enforcement. We have abundant firearms in the hands of our civil population. Then we have to outnumber them. We have to be more stronger than them. That's why we are insisting to improve on this task, law enforcement. Task number 6 about conservation, education, and awareness. You see, many of us, and even some of our colleagues, they are calling me Wazir Bitalah al-Nasif. Our people are eyeing into the wildlife as something to eat. They just want to feed on, without considering the tourism value. Number 7, international and regional environmental agreements. We have actually entered many arrangements, and we want to improve on them. And like now, we are pursuing an MOU with the Tanzanians Minister of Natural Resources and Tourism, because they are ahead of us. And during my visit to Arusha, I have contacted him, and now we are developing that agreement, apart from other agreements which are ongoing. Task number 8 is about the public relations and communication. That's why we are working on it. Number 9, to design and develop a strategy for the promotion of tourism products locally, regionally, and at the international level. And by our participation in the expos, that is where we can share and promote them. 10, to review and unify tourism administration and management system at all levels. This point, it actually touches our relations, our connection between the national and the states. For instance, the more bounding aspect is about the hotels. And now there is a lot of conflict between the national and the states, plus the task number 12 is to complete classification and standardization of hotels. And now we are trying to involve some of our neighboring countries who are well developed, especially the bloc of East Africans. I talked them to the SG so that he bring us some experts to assist us in classifying our hotels. I'm done, by the way. الهوتيلات بتاعنا هنا شكرا. الهوتيلات بتاعنا زول بيجي للمحافظ ولا بيجي للمنو بيجي الارض يبنيو. يعني most of the hotels are not meeting the standards, the criterion. You see, even they are not. There are no spaces, and there are less consideration about their health, and so on and so forth. The last one, which is the last one about
instead of Equatorial, they say the 20.
Yeah.
High murder.
Who I'm from, I was a governor in Western Barbados 6 years. Sure,
Is in northern, is in lakes, not in northern Bahrain.
Yeah. الناس بتاعهم بيخشوا بيجيك القبائل. يعني for instance, my tribe, قبيلة بتاعي قريش, in kind of 3 sections. I cannot mention them all. That's why I put them on the
That's all right. You put them.
Yeah. شكرا لكم.
Leach. Out of it. Babe. Okay. Now we have for this session the last presentation will be from the foreign minister. وبعدها هيكون اللانش. بقيت تشموا. That's all finished. Yes. That's all finished. Even one of the governors. The Tarvena. One of the who you sue them. Let him finish, and then they'll go for lunch. They will be standing. We want to cover a lot of ground.
Yeah, I always have a problem with the podium. This one is a bit better. My glasses are half for reading and half for seeing. So when I go like this, the part of seeing takes over. And I hope my governor Alewi is here. Okay, he's not around. Okay. Assalamu alaikum. Your Excellency, the first Vice President of the Republic, Excellency, the Vice President, Excellency Dr. Ismail Wise, Honorable Advisors, National Ministers, Chairperson of Commissions, Honorable MPs and Legislature of National Legislature, Honorable State Governors and National Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, the protocol is observed. Good afternoon, or is this morning? Afternoon. Yeah. I would like to take this opportunity on behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation to convey our appreciations to the organizers of the 5th Governors Forum which granted me this opportunity to present the role of ministry within the context of the revitalized agreement on the conflict, on the resolution of the conflict in the Republic of South Sudan implementation. After its establishment in 2011, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Policy, as stipulated in Article 43 of the Transitional Constitution of the Republic of South Sudan, 2011, as amended, as it awaits the development of the comprehensive foreign policy. Notwithstanding non-existence of the clarity formulated and stated foreign policy prompted the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to form a technical committee to draft South Sudan foreign policy. The committee completed its task and came up with a proposal in which our experts in the field of foreign policy were consulted. Those include those of Dr. Francis Deng, Dr. John Guy, Madam Salwa Berberi. The proposal of South Sudan foreign policy was discussed and approved by the Council of Ministers. It is currently under the process to be tabled for deliberations by the revitalized Transitional National Legislative Assembly, RTNLA, and after which it will be finally submitted to His Excellency the President of the Republic to be ascended to and become the official foreign policy of the Republic of South Sudan. The foreign policy of the Republic of South Sudan is intended to focus and safeguard the national interests of the country and to maintain and protect its sovereignty, territorial integrity, and well-being politically, economically, and culturally. It has also explicitly indicated that the formulation of the foreign policy in most countries in the world, South Sudan included, is the prerogative of the head of state and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. The legislature and the other relevant institutions play a key role in development of the foreign policy, and this is why it was submitted, as mentioned earlier, for the discussion of the governance cluster and the Council of Ministers. And then it will be passed through the TNLA, the RTNLA, before being ascended to by His Excellency the President. The proposed foreign has also clearly pointed out that the foreign policy is dynamic in its nature and is subject to the change depending on the prevailing circumstances and is generally guided by the principle of geopolitics, domestic politics, economics, ideology, nationalism, religion of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation has also incorporated the ways to achieve the country's national interests, including through using diplomacy, sustainable peace and security as a prerequisite for national development and prosperity. Cultural diplomacy, public diplomacy, economic relations, alliances, and treaties, non-cohesive methods, and lastly, through engaging South Sudan large diaspora, as well as objectives that need to be achieved. including maintenance of the territorial integrity, ensuring economic well-being of the people of South Sudan, preservation of regional and international peace, and promotion of national and international cooperation. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation document has well embodied pillars, determinants, and means to achieve South Sudan foreign policy, including economic diplomacy pillar through promoting exports, tourism. Minister Rizzi just talked about it. Tourism, attractions of foreign direct investment, exploration of reliable and affordable source of technology, and seeking capital flow into the country, peace and security pillar, cultural pillar, through promoting cultural exchanges with other nations, promotion of sports and arts to realize the potential of South Sudanese and respect of cultural diversity. Natural resources pillar, to enhance the equitable growth and prosperity for all the people of South Sudan. Environment pillar, so as to protect, preserve, and manage the environment and promotion of energy policies. Tourism pillar, through development in national parks, wetlands inhabited by thousands of birds and animals species. It was just presented to you earlier. The determinants which are critical for realization of South Sudan's interests include sovereignty and territorial integrity, national security and peace, economic stability and development, cultural identity, regional and international cooperation, and integrations, geographical location, and geopolitics, resources, energy, and environment safety, and history. In order for South Sudan foreign policy to be proactive and dynamic and to attract regional and international support, it requires a national diplomatic capacity that is well equipped with qualified cadres, adequate material resource, and credible and timely two-way flow of information. And that for the diplomat to be effective must not only be well informed, but must also be assured of support of the leadership and the confidence as a credible representative of the country. Notwithstanding the active diplomacy of any country, including South Sudan, cannot be achieved without preparing the ground and properly established Ministry of Foreign Affairs with all the needed facilities. This has been clearly stated in the introduction of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation proposed foreign policy. The ministry, in collaboration with Sudan missions and embassies of board, are currently exerting efforts and actively working within the limited by His Excellency the President of the Republic during the Ambassadors Conference, which was convened in Juba, October 2019, and also for our embassies and missions to be actively engaged for lifting the imposed sanctions and embargoes. Under the challenges for the post-war of the representation abroad, I have to clarify that we currently have 31 missions, embassies, and general consulate abroad. This is not really a big number for our country if we are expected to be diplomatically active in the world. Given the enormous challenges we now face, including the restoration of image, support of lifting sanctions, and implementation of the revitalized peace agreement, the ministry had previously taken bold steps to downsize the staffs in our embassies and missions. After the Council of Ministers passed the resolution toward this, there was even, as you might have followed, a proposal to shut down and close some of the embassies abroad, but the decision was reversed by the top leadership of the country, as this was seen as not the best solution, except only our embassy in Accra, Ghana, was the one closed, and our consulate general was reopened in Dubai, United Arab Emirates. We think it is always sound to keep the diplomatic relations, even with a very small embassies, rather than cutting the diplomatic relations and close the embassies down. For coverage in the world, only 13%, Your Excellency, the 31 embassies. In the region of South America or the whole Latin America, we have no representation. In the Asia Pacific, we have none. It was only our embassy in China that used to cover Japan, and that was itself was a contradiction, knowing the relations of those two countries. So I believe that these embassies are not too many. Yeah, exactly. The ministry has been exerting efforts with the Ministry of Finance and Planning to secure funds for our embassies and missions abroad, so that their monthly salary and rents reach regularly and on time. As the delay in paying salaries and rents is one of the factors tarnishing the image of our country, and should be resolved once and for all. The Ministry of Finance and Planning has been sometimes faced with its own priorities and difficulties, which prevent it from fulfilling such an obligation. That is the biggest problem. Our diplomats are not getting money on time. Vehicles are breaking down. They don't even have health insurance. And even recently, some of the countries refused to give our new diplomats that were going there visas, because they're saying that until we solve the issue of paying the insurance to the diplomats for the vehicles to be safe on the streets and for their health, so they don't become burden on their health system of the host countries. It is a big issue that needs to be solved. His Excellency the President and the First Vice President, the Vice President directed the Council of Ministers to do something. They passed a resolution that the areas of the foreign ministry need to be clear once and for all. And we are still following the process. Another issue which has also contributing to the tarnishing the image of the country and needs to be given attention. Senior in AU, UN, with the Master Wise, IGAD, East African Community, that South Sudanese are not able to to access those positions. And it is because we don't pay our arrears. We are behind, we've been suspended in some of these organizations and problems. To be able to place these qualified cadres from here, even some of the ambassadors, people are complaining that we have too many ambassadors. We can employ these guys there. We can send them to work in those sub-regional and regional organizations and international organizations. But we don't pay our dues. And if you don't pay your dues, you're not a responsible member of community. The ministry has prioritized the use of South Sudan diaspora as an active tool in diplomacy, so as to project positive image of the country and cultivate a close cooperation relations with potential partners for the development of the country, and pursue the peaceful means and persuasive diplomacy as the ideal methods of promoting its national interests. This is why the ministry has included its proposed foreign policy document of South Sudan diaspora as one of the ways through which the country can achieve its national interests. The ministry proposal has likewise indicated to pursue peaceful means and soft diplomacy as a non-cohesive methods to promote its national interests for the well-being of the entire international community and formulate policy which are compatible with international agreement. Peace has further been mentioned among the pillars through which South Sudan will achieve its foreign policy and also promote the peaceful resolution of the conflict through African Union and the United Nations, among other sub-regional and regional and international organizations, as in the ministry proposed foreign policy document, the success story in our foreign policy engagement. It was here in Juba that the Juba peace agreement was signed between the revolutionary forces in Sudan and the Sudanese government. The ministry proposed foreign policy has, in addition, emphasized that South Sudan, one of the challenges incorporated in the proposed foreign policy is the importance of South Sudan to enter into dialogue with its neighbors and agree on a secure border, fair trade, and economic cooperation, both bilaterally and multilaterally. In this regard, I have to inform the Forum that the issue of borders between the Republic of South Sudan and neighboring countries is being tackled. The meeting of the parties concerned have been taking place regularly in our amicably resolve borders issue, to amicably resolve our border issues as an emphasis. Now, we have a couple of challenges here, Your Excellency, in the issue of the border committee. We in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs believe that this committee should be elevated into a border commission to be able to encompass all these borders and have its own law that can be passed in the parliament to help strengthen it and give it more robust authority to be able to engage in these issues, and because these issues are very important and can lead to war in some cases. And we believe a border commission would be preferable than the border committee. The border committee is smaller, made up of small entities, and that is the number one challenge and proposal that we believe you should consider. The second one is the same issue. Sometimes we miss meetings because of the access to finance for DSDF and the tickets to people to travel if the meeting is in a neighboring country. Also, we would like to discourage the governors of the bordering states from just directly engaging with the neighboring countries without coordination from and with us. They should talk to the committee, should engage with the ministry, and we'll be able, in another forum, we can discuss them with the ministry and with the border committee. It will help you even to understand other issues that are behind the scene. And this, we ask you humbly to coordinate with us, the bordering governors, to resolve this issue. I will highly appreciate any valuable contribution which will for sure enhance and consolidate the proposal put forward by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation and enrich the upcoming deliberations at the RTNLA. I thank you.
Thank you. For it is 17 minutes past 1. Lunch will be 35 minutes. We start here at 2. I smelled the lunch when it was passing by. So you won't have long time to wait for it to come. So thank you very much. Questions, please formulate your questions, write them down to the minister. The ministers will wait, will be with us until we ask our questions or until evening. Thank you very much. Congratulations, 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 Mabruk Alvi, Mabruk. Congratulations. Sawakan, Nagisima Karapuna. Sawakan, Nagisima Karapuna.
God bless our leaders. Going to the promised land. Nina Buwagi Pijama, Alpha and Alpha. Nina Buwawala, going to the promised land. Nina Buwagi Pijama, Alpha and Alpha. Nina Buwawala, going to the promised land. Going to the promised land. Ina Gulu, Umurga Wami, Mashine Kingdom, Umurga Tamina, Wilele Shuea, Lakin Mashine Kingdom, Najan, Fisika, Kisavik Lenam, Kisavik Befara Kabir, Yulule. We will stand beside you. We will raise your hands. We will walk behind you. Going to the promised land. We will stand beside you. We will raise your hands. We will walk behind you. Going to the promised land. We will stand beside you. We will raise your hands. Nakulu, Timurka Wami. Mashine Kingdom. Murga Wami. Mashine Kingdom. Nina Kulu, Timurka Wami. Mashine Kingdom. Murga Wami. Mashine Kingdom. Nina. Timurka Wami. Mashine Kingdom. Murga Wami. Where we're originally from is nothing but trouble. We talking about the South Sudan struggles on a daily basis, brave niggas using shovels. Where we're originally from is nothing but trouble. We talk about the South Sudan struggles on a daily basis, brave niggas using shovels. Where we're originally from is nothing but trouble. We talk about South Sudan struggles on a daily basis, brave niggas using shovels. Shovel.
Comrade, Kalita Jai, Jibulinagan. Ya comrade, Kalita Jai, Kalita Jibulinagan. Kana Dubunugara, Atani Haya. Kalina Dubunugara, Atani Haya. Lundo Kedi Amulolena, Wekeliban. Lundo Kijibulena, Wekeliban. Waja Keliba, Lena. Waja Keliba, Lena. Eshuku yumata, banala tinga mutu, usibule wiyal. Pamule marisan, ashan, rabayalda. Pesa wi merisa shana rabayalda, ugata. Police kajala bajaka. Police kalundu kajalatu. Kamanda kakalu juwa visiting. Lando keni amulolena, keliba. Lando kijibulena, waya keliba. No bida batamana wana, alharabu fidel. No bida batamana wana, alkatalu fidebelen. Nenya kupata nena lisageni. Apit, di fashion nyala. Kalina Rewala, yes, Narpuria Pidalina, Piwala Pele Pele Pulu, Sababi Kapili Kolisa Wala, Ruma, Pipipo, yes, Narpuria Pidalina, Kamara Kalina, Yakuna Kalina, Yakamare Kalina, Yakwana Kalina, Yakamare Kalina, Yakwana Kalina, Kalina Ruwa Abujatu, Kamara Kalina Wanusu, Pisto. Nairobi, Walina. Lisa Male Collectida, Uliam Jalabagili Pusekaringa, the Kalam Fari, Yakamare, Dugunugara Hatane Haya, Udaka, Yakamare, Kalina, Yakwana, Kalina, Kalina.
believe the 21st century slavery going on. Oh, we the ones being stressed, the ones being oppressed. It's just the thing they're our guests from another continent. And if you look at them, you can tell they not African, cause of they skin. And they're the ones that get to become presidents and hold that thought. No, they did not get voted for from Jebel and Uber the ball. That boy used to be wealthy, now they poor. Lost their really through the wall. Can't have a legitimate business anymore. Territory and oil is what they fighting for. Boy, they want to see people die. A lot of us walk around and don't have their families around. Little kids lose sleep cause their heads down. Not sirens, but bombs that's loud and guns firing out. Our politicians never talk about how Sudan. Congratulations, 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 Mabruk, Albi Mabruk. Congratulations. Sawajan, Dagisima Darabuna. Sawajan, Dagisima Darabuna. Sawajan, Idamurabuna. Arakakir, Sidale Latinati. Wanaso, Maikapo, Sidale Latinati. Yaudero, John, kiss a people, with a luba. Mabruka, congratulations, congratulations, Mabruka, congratulations. Wasia, Talabuna Galilena. Wasia, Talabuna Galilena. Rajit, Visibu Yabatao, Uyumatao. Shilu, Mariatao. Woman Bikani, Kisimani. Kisimani. Mabruk, Albi Mabruk. Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations. Mabruk, Albi Mabruk. Congratulations.
Shamal Barakazal, uplift, river, will be me. Thanks to the God, thanks to my jackals, thanks to the food. Thanks to Nyanyuki, Shukran jazila lene basha, lakini kama visit mashaki, ya kifaya, kifaya ya Bwana, kifaya alamina shukuru kamsini, kifaya ya Bwana. Kifaya alamina shukuru, God bless our life. Kifaya, temo kifaya ya Bwana. Our testify alamina shukuru, and bless everyone. Kifaya, who had put it together. Kifaya ya Bwana, to let the sun shine bright. Alamina shukuru. Kifaya, sita sana kifaya ya Bwana. Kifaya alamina shukuru, sita sana kifaya, kifaya ya Bwana, sita sana kifaya alamina shukuru. Maya, fika sana Maya, Maya, Yakwana, Maya, Alamina, Ashubu, fika sana Maya. What's up? 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 Sika Uliaja. What's up? Sika Freedom. What's up? What's up? What's up? Sika Uliaja. What's up? Sika Uliaja. Can you wait, baby? Can you wait, baby? Can you wait, baby? Can you wait, baby? Can you be forever? Can you be melody forever? Yeah.
Yeah. On Saturday. Huh? Tell them what? No. Yeah. But Saturday,
Thank you. Thank you. I think our time is over for the lunch, and I hope you have a good lunch. And we are not going to sleep, right? Okay, everybody please take your seat, and we are ready to start our program.
Okay.
Okay, I hand it over to you, Your Excellency. Thank you.
Now we have we listen to 2 presentations from the governors, and then we'll go to Minister of Roads and Bridges. Unless the UNDP came or Joseph Mwiji, if they are around. If not, now we should go to lakes. Okay, so we go to lakes. No, Sabah. These guys were up.
Your Excellency, Victoria Machateng, the first Vice President, Your Excellency, Gerald Taban Dengai, Vice President of the Republic, our national ministers, governors of 10 states, chief administrators of the 3 states, our delegates from the states and administrative areas, distinguished guests, your presence is recognized. Assalamu alaikum. Your Excellency, can I proceed?
Yes, go ahead.
First, I will start to introduce my delegation from Lake State, and that is myself, General Rinpeng Mabur, Governor of Lake State, Honorable Benjamin Makur Mabur, Minister of Local Government and Law Enforcement Agency. You can stand up and wave. Honorable Ben Makur Matiang, Minister of Peace Building. Honorable Majong Aniam Dal, Minister of Finance and Investment. Honorable John McCain Machek, Secretary General of the Government. Our team of reporters, Captain David Unan, Paul Shabiat Ayang, Magorden Kulang. I will be brief in my presentation because I'm presenting what I have done for the last 5 months, and maybe with some highlights to some development in the state. And I start here with the profile of the state. I'm honored to convey greetings of the peoples and government of Lake State and to report Lake State is relatively calm and peaceful for the last 5 months since my appointment. The capital of Lake State is Rumbek, and it is administrative, covering an area of 40,235 square kilometers. It has a population of 695,730 per the Fifth Sudan Population and Housing Census 2008. Male is 365,880, female 329,850. The 8 counties are Warial County, Yarul West County, Yarul East County, Rumbek East County, Rumbek Center County. We have three communities in the state. That is Bele, Bongo, and Dinka. They are farmers and pastoralists. They secure extraction money and properties. Now Lake State is relatively calm. Law and order is restored and peaceful. Mission is to protect the people and their properties, operation and stabilization of the security situation in the state, peace and development. Key priorities, yet we have many priorities, but we have captured here very few. But if implemented, would help our common person in the state. Number one priority, our achievements. We have 3 consultative conferences held here in Juba on 20th June to 20th, and in Rumbek, the capital, which brought all together relevant stakeholders of the state. A total of 56 resolutions were passed as a guiding working document for governance and stabilization of the security in the state. The governor toured all the 8 counties of the state, getting the peace agreement and explaining the task of tackling criminality, restoring law and order, and imposing law and order. 3, mobilization of human and material resources and reorganize, rehaze, and deploy SSPDF brigades of the state. 4, the army and organized forces are being reorganized, rehazed, and deployed to provide security to our citizens in the state. 5, dissolving and appointing 17 directors general in the state ministries through collective vetting by the Council of Ministers and subsequently briefing on their responsibilities, enhancing good governance and service delivery. 6, transfer of 8 executive directors of Awarial, Yarul West, Yarul East, Rumbek East, Rumbek Center, Rumbek North, Wulu, and Quebec counties to better mobilize and organize general public to play an effective role in service delivery and development. 7, establishment of 3 special courts in the 3 counties, Yelbek and Quebec, headed by judges and traditional chiefs to trial cases of murder, killing, and rape committing in the recent past, and the courts are being facilitated by economists. 8, achievement is blood compensation of the victims of the conflicts, of course. 9, traditional chiefs and courts are empowered to carry out their customary law and functions. 10, raided and stolen cattle are recovered and restored to their rightful owners. 11, sight of civilian moving with rifles in urban centers and along the highway is no more. 12,
movement of cattle and goods from one county to another is without an escort. 13, importation and sale of alcohol in the state is banned. 14, peaceful coexistence along state borders with Warab, Unity Jungle in central Equatoria and western Equatoria are normal. 15, hosting of communities from Unity and Jungle state displaced by the floods. 16, people return to their homes and abandon the school were reopened. State challenges. Number one, impassable roads has hindered the movement of people and goods in the state and beyond, and experienced delay of salary for civil servants. 4, revenue. The National Revenue Authority is collecting and interfering with the state revenue. This is one of the challenges, that is logistics and training of law enforcement agencies. 6, the comprehensive disarmament. Number 7, challenge, food insecurity and insufficient agricultural products. Some areas in the state are flooded and have destroyed crops and displaced some households in the state. 8, influx of people from neighboring states due to floods. 9, seasonal migration and movement of cattle to grazing areas and water points within the state and to the neighboring state. 10, economic crisis in the country. 11, some school and administrative centers were abandoned due to insecurity, which were failing the state. Enrollment of children into school was also affected. 12, inadequate health service. And our Minister of Health could not talk. About it yesterday, but it's a real hazard and disaster in the state. COVID-19. Way forward. 1, deployment agencies, conducting voluntary disarmament, which is going on very well, regulating seasonal migration and movement of cattle, recovering looted raided cattle and stolen and properties, engaging youth in peaceful related activities like traditional wrestling, popular dances, prestigious bull showing, and sport, among others. Food security to support farmers, cooperatives through micro financing and improve sustainable food production. Health, improve health service, train midwives, nurses, clinical officers, and upgrade the health centers in the counties. Education to upgrade Rumbek University of Science and Technology, train and build the capacity of teachers in primary and secondary school, renovate and expand Rumbek Secondary School, construct National Senior Secondary School for girls in Yerul and Pebe. Infrastructure. Construction of roads, that is Juba Yerul Rumbek Highway, Rumbek Mapir Bentiu, Gainel Ler Roads, Yerul Shambe Roads. To construct a state in Rumbek. Implementation of the peace agreement, the revitalized peace agreement. The state government is implementing the artists with all the stakeholders to the revitalized peace agreement in a consultative manner. We have a functioning revitalized government of national unity in the state. We have disseminated the peace agreement to our people across the state, and they have owned it. I end my presentation. Comrade Vice President, First Vice President, this is what we can present now about Lake States. And I have some video clips that they are played. Comrade First Vice President, Furom governance, and we are all happy about it. لكن صورة المشابه فيه تحفظ because كحكومة أو كليدرز بتاع South Sudan. لكن لو كنا برانا كلام بكون سكون زي كلام بتاع بوتيو أمبارح. Peace agreement قبل بقول is owned by the people is real on the ground there. وأنا كنت ده نتكلم فيه لكن أنا بخليه لدورة تاني because فيه كلام سخن كمسؤولين كليدرز بتاع this country. أنا كان بشوف priorities بتاعنا في الستيت. Number one is security. وما لقيت كنت واضح من وزارة الدفاع ووزارة الداخلية. أنا دولة كله بالأخص الستيت because نحن يوم منافسين خطط بتاع الحكومة على مستوى الوزارات نحن قاعدين مع الناس نحن يوم منافسين برامج بتاع العالم. زراعة بتاعنا مبالغ كلام بنقاط بسيط فيه. لكن كنا متوقعين أكثر من كده because كان بيجا فيها من دارين أكل. صح. They concentrated في COVID-19 الجالسة نجاية. لكن في أمراض مودي عايشة واحدة فيه برضه. Education. ودي أو service اللي نحن دارين ناب ما سمينا حاجة عنه. Roads and bridges. أنا بنسك وفي النهاية وزارة المالية أتكلم قبلني وإننا أصلا تقيل جدا لكن من سالوني في فرصة بنسامة كثير بناس ثانيين في نسنا ما كان بنسال كوي نمشي وين دين البسيط ل 500 بليون نمن وداو وين ده كان 200 لكن ما Comrade First Vice President لكن الله كريم دورة جاي في كابويتا زي ما Comrade Luis our senior governor ترى قبل وانا بوافق ما يكون في كابويتا عشان ناس كثير بخوش بسبب لا يكون ما نكون برانا عشان نتكلم عن حقيقة في بلد. شكرا جزيلا. You can play them. You can play them. Take them. You can see how tough things are there on the ground. You have seen them.
Open forum. ما في خوف أن الناس يناقشوا المواضيع بوضوح. ما في خوف. So you should not be inhibited by presence of others. It is mafia high. By the way, the governance forum is always held here. It's because it's very cumbersome. It is not held in the states because the national government in the 5 days of the week must work. For example, now, the ministers that join us are ministers who have presentation. Those who do not have they do the work. When their turn comes, they come in. For example, these ministers will be with us until tomorrow early morning when we do the recap. So it is cumbersome to take it to another state. It's a function that we must always do at the headquarters in it. So the national ministers and their support teams to the states, it's easier for you to come rather than taking the whole government to one particular state. So it's unlikely, but you can discuss anything you want to discuss in it. Then answer Barana that. Right. The next presentation will be from Northern Bahar Ghazal. Governor. Who?
السيد نائب رئيس الجمهورية لابان دينغاي، السادة الوزراء الاتحاديون، حكام ولايات العشرة، رؤساء إداريات، وزراء ولايات، أمناء أمانات بولايات، منسقين ولايات في جوبا، الوسائل الإعلام المختلف. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. في البداية نحن دايرين نعقد للمؤتمر نيابة عن حاكم ولاية شمال بحر غزال، وقبل قليل كان موجود في هذا المؤتمر، لكن عندهم متابعة مع الدكتور فيستأذن، ونتمنى شفاء عاجل له. الوفد جاي مكون من شخصية ضعيف كيرشان وول، وزير السلام بور جوردن، ممكن أمين عام البينو أكول، ومحافظ أويل الشرقية، ومسؤول إعلام أجان سانتينو. السيد النائب الأول أنا عندي مقدمة بسيط. لكن التقرير رئاسة الجمهورية للتنظيم هذا الملتقى وهذا الملتقى مهم جدا للولايات الجنوبية العشرة زائد إدارات، وده أياسر فيه تبادل الخبرات على مستوى الولايات المختلفة. والحمد لله في اليومين الفاتوا هناك خطط وبرامج مقدم من بعض الولايات، ونتمنى يكون في تبادل في مجال التنمية على مستوى جنوب السودان ولايات. أنا ما داير أطيل الحديث، بندعو الأخ كيريور لتقديم برامج وخطط ولاية شمال بحر الغزال، وشكرا.
شكرا.
Honorable governors and chief administrators of 3 administrative areas, the rest of protocol observed. Mindful of the time, given the fact that our presentation is done 30 minutes, so I'll go straight to our presentation. Northern Bahr el Ghazal State has an area of 30,543 square kilometers. It borders East Darfur in Sudan to the north, Western Kordofan to the northeast, Western Bahr el Ghazal State to the southwest, Warab State to the east, and Abyei administrative area to the northeast. Awil town is the capital city of northern Bahr el Ghazal State. The state has 5 counties. Awil East with its capital in Wanjok, Awil North with its capital in Gokmashar, Awil Center with its capital in Arroyo, Awil South with its capital in Malengaland, and Awil West with its capital in Yamlel. The state hosts the nationals are from Uganda, Central African Republic, Chad, Sudan, Nigeria, Kenya, among other nationals present in the state. The main economic activity for the people of northern Bahr el Ghazal State is mixed farming and nomadic pastoralism, mainly tribes that are recognized by our constitution. That is the Dinka and the Luo. State also national NGOs, civil society organizations, and UN agencies implementing humanitarian resilience and recovery activities. Based on population of 2008, our population is 720,998 people. Broken down, as you can see in the slide, according to counties. I will not go into these details because it is visibly presented. I will ask the presenter of the slide to go to the next slide. Based on last year population estimate by National Bureau of Statistics, population of Northern Barzal State is estimated at 1.1 million. Again, this population is segregated by counties, as you can see also in the slide. State vision, mission, and core values. Our vision is to make Northern Barzal State safe for its populace and for the people of Northern Barzal State and their neighbors to continue to live in peace among themselves and among and with their neighbors, with their neighboring communities. Our mission is rule of law and seek to ensure that its people are empowered with capacity to make their leaders and public servants accountable. Core values. Northern Barzal State has the following core values. These take us to our state key priorities. One of our key priorities in the state is to ensure the state laid a solid foundation in infrastructure, health infrastructure in both primary healthcare, county, and state referral hospital. The reason of making emphasis on building a solid foundation at the level of primary healthcare units and primary healthcare center is due to the fact that our population lives in the rural areas of health services to our people, building also and supporting Boma Health Initiative. Improve on food production. It is one of our our key priorities to ensure that food secure, we need to focus on subsistence agriculture to produce enough food for all. Their household year round. And so the idea of 12 bag principles came about as a result of the duration of 1 year. 1 year consists of 12 months. And if a household produces 12 bags, 1 bag per month, flood control is one of our priorities. Improvement of infrastructure. Following the formation of the transitional government of national unity, we have faced a lot of challenges ranging from infrastructure in creating more office spaces for newly created institutions. It is one of our priorities at the state to ensure that we improve on existing infrastructure and also adding more office space to accommodate the newly created institutions by peace agreement. We also have plans to improve on building and upgrading of roads, schools, and health centers across the state. Next slide. Improvement on insecurity. Of course, Northern Barzal state is peaceful state. It is one of the states where you can go about your businesses, whether at night or day, without the fear of insecurity. But we say, when you have peace, you work to maintain that peace. So it is one of our priorities to ensure that the existing peace is maintained throughout among ourselves and with our neighbors. One last but not least key priority is the building and operationalization of the university of Northern Bahr al Ghazal state. As you all know, this university was established even before the independence, with the national institutions like the Higher Ministry of Education and other stakeholders to ensure University of Northern Barzal state is operationalized. In this respect, a committee and mobilization of resources as started. And the good news is that collection is going on very well. And as we speak, plans are underway to recruit qualified companies to start putting some infrastructure, starting with the fence of the university. The land of the University of Northern Barzal is 3 times bigger than the campus of the University of Juba. Next slide. The end of our priorities, but we start with our achievement. The first thing the state government did was construction of a new mortuary at the Wood Civil Hospital. We used to have a mortuary that was small enough to accommodate only 3 bodies at a time. And it was a big concern that can accommodate 15 bodies at a time. Next slide. One other achievement that we did was subsidizing the prices of medicine. There is huge demand for drugs as the current supply from National Ministry of Health and partners is not adequate to cater for the medicine, for the needs of the medicine in the state. So the government decided to subsidize medicine, and plans were made to procure this medicine from Sudan. I would like to thank national institutions like National Security, Internal Security Bureau, and South Sudan Aviation for clearing flights, for clearing and approving flights from Sudan to land directly in a will with consignment of drugs. If you can see the 2 pictures, one is a plane bringing in some supplies from Sudan. The other one is a public pharmacy where patients who are not able to afford prices of medicine in the commercial pharmacies can go and get drugs they want. Next slide. One other achievement was the construction of terminal building in the airstrip of Bawil. The picture you can see the open air terminal. You can see where the benches are and people are standing. That used to be our VIP, open air VIP launch. Our president and our first vice president were one time there. The next building is the building used for check-in. And so there are no sanitary facilities around, and the government saw it as an urgent priority and embarked on the construction of the new terminal. go to the next slide. That is the new terminal built and it is operational. It has a capacity to accommodate 200 passengers in the ordinary terminal launch and over 50 passengers in the VIP section. That is the Furom elevation. It is equipped with the solar power, so there is constant power supply. It has water system. The Furom elevation. The next picture is the rear, where you see a small building attached to it for check-in for ordinary passengers. The next picture you see at the bottom on the right is the meeting hall. It has also a section for VIP lounge attached to it. As you can see, if our president come to the state next time, or our vice president, first vice president, or any other vice president, they will have a space where they can rest before we take them to where they can stay. Next slide. One other achievement is the construction of primary schools. This is one example of a number of primary schools undertaken, some of which were jointly achieved with the help of our partners, but this one was achieved by the state government. It is built in a place called Ashana, and Ashana is in the far west of our west, closer to Raja. That place has never seen a concrete building since time immemorial. And so when this school was built, it was a huge celebration for the local population. And indeed, that was the time they realized what was meant by our late chairman, John Grant, that we will take down to the people. The school accommodates over 1,000 to 1,700 pupils. That is the current population in this current year. Next slide. One other achievement state government undertook is the construction of the state legislative assembly. It is a rehabilitation or a renovation rather. It was blown up by the roof. The roof was blown up by the wind last year, and mindful by the fact that formation of the government of national unity means all the structures in the states will be fully established. The government also took it upon itself as a priority, expecting that state assemblies will be sworn in. And so the construction and renovation of this facility was undertaken swiftly. This is the state of how it is now on the picture on the right, the first picture on the right. The one at the bottom is the interior of the building, the main hall for assembly businesses. It is worth noting that most of these constructions were funded, actually all of them, were funded with funds from local revenues, especially the personal income taxes. So you can see the impact of personal income tax in northern Bahr state. If we continue to secure this funding or this revenue in the next few years, we will be able to accomplish a number of other projects. Next slide. Pictures speak for them. The picture you can see is the renovation of the old Council of Ministers building. Currently, state governor, advisors, and other senior government officials sit in a building that has almost lived its lifespan. And so the government decided to renovate the whole building, which will accommodate the office of the governor, institutions. So this was built in a bid to free that building to accommodate other institutions created by the agreement. So when it was decided that we will go ahead with this project, we had in mind the fact that some institutions that are created by the agreement will have office space. And so this will provide more office space, and the current office of the governor will be free to provide more office space for other institutions, much as it is own, but it will last for the next few years. Next slide. The state also embarked on upgrading of roads. We have undertaken upgrading and renovation of some roads, one of which is 127 kilometer long road from Awil to our border with Sudan. Awil, Majok, Merem. The significance of this road is because we in northern Bahr state depend mostly on supplies from Sudan. And so this road is our pipeline for supplies. So there's strategic significance in the economy of our state and in the life of our people. So this road is upgraded up to the border with Sudan. We also undertook the rehabilitation of the road between us and Wow. It is 57 kilometers long road up to the border between Awil and Wow. This road is also upgraded and it is completed. We also undertook another 40 kilometers long road between Awil town and Nyamlel, and another 57 kilometers long road between the junction of Wadwil to Mayalwulem, Ariab, up to Gongwashar. These are the state road. His Excellency, Vice President, responsible for service cluster, mentioned yesterday that these are responsibilities of the state. We have already worked on this road, and they are continuously being maintained to facilitate the movement of people and goods between the counties and the state headquarters. In the picture, you can see a picture of our governor, Honorable Tonga Ken, talking to contractor. Most of these projects are under taken with the close supervision of the state authorities. The governor himself going to inspect the progress of this road. This is almost to the border where he is standing with the division commander, almost to the border between us or to Sudan. Next slide. Yesterday, there were presentations on flooding. Northern Bargadal state is one of the states heavily affected by floods, almost on a recurrent basis every year. And so when the floods level rises, some of the most affected areas include Sawil town, which pose a health and environmental risk to the population living in the urban center. It will also affect the movement of people within the town. So the state authorities decided that the best way to approach this issue of flood that will factor in the issue of floods. One of these projects is the drainage system in town. So what you can see in the picture is one that was built recently in a old town in a bid to improve drainage system in a will and its suburb. I would like also to underscore that this project is very expensive. It requires the state government. Nevertheless, with meager resources that I mentioned earlier, with personal income taxes playing significant role, we were able to achieve 3 of this project, and they are now being used, and we hope in the next few years, the level of flooding in a whole town will be reduced as a result of some of these projects and some in the pipeline. Next slide.
Increase your speed.
Oh, okay, thank you. The next achievement, you can see also a picture. On the left is the market of Wanjok. Wanjok market was one of the areas that was forcing a serious environmental concern. And so the government of the state took it upon itself to upgrade the market. The significance of the market is because it is situated in a densely populated area. It also accommodates foreign nationals that are doing business and trade in Wanjok. So they given meals and they are taken to schools. So periodically, governor or other senior government officials would go and sit with them, dine with them, to inspire them and believe create hope in them to believe that there is a life beyond most of our young current leaders in South Sudan, myself included, were one time like these children, either in refugee camps or in the bushes of South Sudan. But because of the current leaders, our first vice president, and they say these are seeds for tomorrow, they would occasionally go to talk to these children. This made them who they are today, and Governor Tong is on one of such a mission to inspire these children to believe that there is a life beyond the life in the street. Formation of government of national unity was completed in the state with the just announced legislature last week. So in the picture, you see governor, the president of the High Court, and deputy governor is swearing in the cabinet. In the swearing in, dissemination of peace agreement started immediately with messages that the formation of the government of national unity does not mean you work as parties, but we work as the citizen of Northern Bahar al-Ghazal state. This is what we are doing, and this is what we intend to do until the end of transitional government of national unity. One other significant key achievement government of Northern Bahar al-Ghazal state achieved was food subsidy. There was a plan to buy food from Sudan, which we did. In the picture are trucks coming from Sudan with food subsidy. In the next picture below are the trucks in the stores, strategic stores. By the way, the strategic stores were built by the government of South Sudan in an attempt to store strategic food reserve. And so we are in line with this policy. And the government of Northern Bahar al-Ghazal state brought in food, over 100 trucks loaded with food and stored in most of the strategic food reserve store. It was sold to our people at the subsidized prices, and the issue of hunger was alleviated in Northern Bahar al-Ghazal state, both last year and current year. The picture of the governor inspecting the prices in the market. We don't just make policies and leave them the way they are. We ensure the policies are implemented, and the governor took this upon himself as part of his duty to inspect prices. Next slide. In line with the same policy, government of Northern Bahar al-Ghazal state also bought some wheat flour and subsidized it to bakeries. Wheat flour were purchased at the price of 23,000 per a bag. These were later on sold to businesses that are running bakeries at the price of 18,000 per a bag. The idea is to create supply of breads in all the urban centers. As I said, Northern Bahar al-Ghazal state, Awil town is hosting a population of over 120,000 people. So they buy bread at affordable prices in all the urban centers. One other key achievement of significant importance is the maintenance of peace with our neighbors. As I said, among ourselves, we do not have big challenges related to this. But with our neighbors, like the Misiri and Rezegat, we always have issues in the border related to migration. And so there is an existing people-to-people peace initiative. This people-to-people peace initiative has a long history. It dated back to 1991 when people realized that they will have a lot to benefit if they live in peace among themselves and with their neighbors. So even during the war, that created sharp divide between the government control areas and the SPLM control areas. This peace infrastructure was existing. So the governor is on one of such a mission to Western Kordofan to meet his counterpart. By then it was the governor, the military governor of Western Kordofan. At the meeting, the picture captured the meeting that was held in Merem to reinforce this peace initiative between Misiria and Dinka Malwal and Zegat and Dinka Malwal. Next slide is a picture bringing in Misiria and Dinkangok. We always have pre-migration and post-migration conferences. Today, we do this every year, beginning of the year, and then we do also post-migration conferences to review the implementation of the resolution at the end of the migration. That is always in May or June. The governor is exchanging some views with Nasir of Ngok Dinka, Chief Bulubuk, in the picture on the right. Next slide. State challenges. One of our key challenges is the lack of funding, financial constraints. With funding, we will be able to revive some of the development projects like a wood-rise scheme, and this will provide some employment opportunity and also increase food production, not only to the people of Northern Marzal State, but also to the country. As most of you know, a wood-rise scheme was capable to supply food, not only to the country, but also to the outside. Well, like the countries in the region. Here, I would like to say that the government of South Sudan need to adopt a policy, a discriminative funding policy on development. Why do I say this? It pays to stay peacefully. So we would like to encourage the government and other development partners to focus on this and to incentivize peace across the country. One challenge is the flooding. It is an recurrent issue. Over 75% of our area was flooded across the state. It affected many things, including access to rural population and also other development projects. Next slide. Deforestation is one of our key challenges. It is posing a serious environmental concern to other states, as I saw in presentation of Governor Luis Lebong before. Logging is going to chase away our forests, and our environment will be exposed to risk. We are feeling now the effect of global warming. So it is a serious challenge that the government needs to come up with a policy to combat this maladies in our country. That we need to impose that if you cut one tree, you plant 5 trees. This is one way to encourage our people to combat this serious environmental challenge. For infrastructure, as I said, we have a challenge of infrastructure, both in offices and access. So there are no adequate paved road in the state, and the state also lack office space to accommodate newly created. Our population migrated to Sudan, and the youth went to school and learned in Arabic. It is a big challenge for this youth now to get jobs in the competitive labor market. It is a big challenge that has contributed significantly to high unemployment in the state market. Lack of skills in law enforcement. Our law enforcement agencies lack skills to enforce law and order. It is also one of the challenges that led to some cases in areas. Yesterday or a day before yesterday, Honorable Minister of Interior was able to mention some of the cases related to suicide, one of which was in our state. Some of these are caused by lack of procedural system in law and order. Inadequate vocational training centers. There are no vocational training centers to observe a number of children that are not able to make it to the university, so that they are equipped and trained to be able to get jobs and get employment in the labor market. Inadequate telecommunication facilities. Areas, especially in the border, lack mobile telecommunication network. This is a big challenge. Honorable Minister of Information, Telecommunication and Postal Services is here. State, we face this challenge, particularly in the areas on this, so we address it. Inadequate water points. I would like to make some emphasis on this point. Your Excellency, our area, our state is climatically divided into 3 zones. There is lowland, midland, and highland. Highland suffer from lack of access to clean drinking water. This is because there was concentration of services in the midland and lowland, neglecting the areas further to the border. Yet, these are areas rich in potential of agriculture. These are areas, if the population move further, they will be able to produce a lot of food and help in alleviating poverty in our country. In connection, when we analyze the results of secondary schools this year actually, both for secondary school and primary education, we realize schools in the highland, they are not featured in the best 20 schools in the state. The reason being that in those areas wait until the onset of the rainy season to start opening. This is because they cannot operate from February because of lack of water. So you can see children are in school only effectively for 2 terms, schools and performance. You will also dispute in the country. COVID-19 is one of our big challenges we face. just like any other state in the country. It has affected economic activities. It has affected the health of our people, and it has huge, dire consequences even on things related to gender-based violence. We have seen some studies globally that as children were forced to stay at home, they become idle and engage in criminality that expose them to risk. So our state is not an exception to this. In terms of response, as we speak, our state is doing very well. We have increased the vaccination. There are centers that are operating currently in the state, across the state. And last week, we were made to understand that we are leading in terms of coverage. One of our counties is leading countrywide, followed by Juba County. So as we speak, we have a population of about 50,000 people vaccinated with COVID-19 vaccine. Creation way forward. As walk you through all those state priorities, challenges, and achievements, we have some way forward that we suggested, some of which are outside the bound of the capability of the state government. One of which is provision of funding. We need to focus on this, and as I said, there should be discriminate funding to states that are peaceful among themselves, not in bad faith, but to encourage or to discourage those states that are engaged in intercommunal violence for small and medium enterprises that will generate income to our national rural communities. For example, UNDP have created job opportunities for 1,750 households in a will through 50 communities infrastructure in the following villages. Flood control. And coordination with justice and rule of law sector through monthly rule of law forums, for example, CNX. The last page, or the one before the last, actually the last, shows the number of projects state under in partnership with some development partners. They are listed. You go to the last page, the one on the screen. Slide, next slide. There are a number of projects that the state government jointly undertook with development partners. Here, I would like to recognize the assistance provided by these partners in addressing development gaps in our state, some of which are currently represented, UNDP, UNMISS, and other development partners. These are a number of projects they jointly constructed with us. When I say jointly, we provide engineering, we provide resources like sand, where we provide gravel, and then we provide money for procurement of things that we can make. You see our sheep. In the state, we started dissemination of the peace agreement at the level of cabinet. We went down to chiefs. Chiefs are, by the way, the most effective means of passing the messages to the community because they stay with the key messages that they need to carry to the grassroots. Could that be appreciated and recognize the assistance provided by our development partners in achieving some of these projects? A number of projects, by the way, like 5 primary schools were completed, 2 women markets in a wee town, 6 courthouses, 3 prisons, 3 clinics, and of course, a number of other projects. The delegation and myself would be readily available to answer your question. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. The next presentation is from Central Equatorial State. Thank you. No. Tomorrow I have ministers who will be coming. Ministers.
Thank you, Your Excellency. For steering us through this very important gathering. Your Excellency, Dr. Yang Machar, the first Vice President of the Republic and the Chair of the Governance Cluster. Your Excellency, General Taban Dengai, the Vice President of the Republic. Distinguished members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, or even evening. Your Excellency, first of all, we are very delighted to be presenting tomorrow, but nevertheless, we are comprising of the Minister of Local Government and Law Enforcement, the General institutions of government of our country to discuss issues of policy coordination, direction, and harmonize our operations. But I think it is whereas that I'm not indicting our national institutions leadership, be it ministries or commissions, because there are questions that directly we need to hear from them, or probably they need to hear from exactly the states what we are doing, because we are a decentralized system of government. However, I want to commend those who are around, and I really want to clap my hands for those of you who are here, my brothers and sisters. Thank you so much. I see Honorable Dr. Mariam, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I can work with since yesterday, and some of the national ministers. And thank you, Your Excellency. We have also learned one very important thing, your patience and commitment, even to sit for long hours. So this is how we develop our nation. Lastly, 100,557. This is according to the census. But the projected population estimates of 20 or 2021 could be more than 1 and 5. Uganda see the floods, the people who have come here, we can even go to close, even Juba alone can be close to all counties, and that's how we're structured in local government and one city council. That is Juba County. Yes, headquarters is in Juba. Yei River County, headquarters in Yei Town. We have Kajukeji County, headquarters in Kajukeji. This headquarters in Morobo Town, and the city council, where it's also our national capital. We border Eastern Equatoria and Western Equatoria. We also border Lake State and Jonglei State, respectively. We're also lucky because we border two international countries, that's the Republic of Uganda, the Southern Democratic Republic of Congo. The state mission is a stable, united, peaceful, and prosperous state. I think the rest are self-explanatory. I will not bore you much on the mission and the core values, because I think you have some of the documents. Your Excellency, I'm going to highlight priorities that we developed after the formation of the revitalized government of national unity. When the governments were announced and instituted, the state developed what I would like to announce here is Big Four agenda. And later we included 2 more. And they are sustainable peace and security stabilization, because we believe this is core. Number 2 is the economic recovery of the state through agriculture production. Number 3 is access to social service. And then number 4 is good neighbor. But later the Council of minister said, and we added return, resettlement, and integration program, because nearly half of the announced the local councils, and we have started with this Juba City Legislative Council is already announced, just awaiting swearing in. We have gone further because we operate in dialogue. The parties' agreement, we have agreed on the allocation at our local level for the distribution of leadership of the county councils, which is not because this is a matter which has been sent to the state to handle, and we cannot come to the principle for this. And we have agreed, except a few issues to be handled between two counties, or parties, the agreement between two counties, which I think I would like to believe that in the short time we will eye on it, and we are ready to kickstart formation of the county council, and this will constitute the entire government ready to deliver service. We have also contained, I think as presented by Dr. Maria Lamina has spoken, the Minister of Defense, national security threat, which is mostly in central Equatoria, I cited eastern Equatoria or parts of western Equatoria. We have also contained the mass activities in the state. Although some pockets continue to do occur in parts of Yei, Lanya, Moroba, and Kajiji. How we have done it, I think I want to join reading that the rest is confidential, unless I don't need an question on this issue. Continuously disseminated the revitalized agreement by conducting various tours to the counties. Actually, we visited almost all the counties of the state and some of the PIAMs to disseminate the agreement so that the people own it, which is aimed to mitigate the issues of land grabbing in and around Juba City, which is a major challenge in Juba City. And I think that is one of the achievements. We have engaged in homegrown dialogue to promote peaceful resolution and conflict and reconciliation. A number of meetings that we held together jointly with our partners in line to the issues of peaceful coexistence of our people. We equally have conducted cross-border meeting, and I think it is our role, I know. The Foreign Affairs is here. We have been informing them cross-border security meetings with the local governments, officials of Moyo, Yumbe district of Uganda, Libogo, Imbokol of Democratic Republic of Congo, to create that harmonious coordination and cross-border interaction within our populations. We have conducted commissioners and mayors forum here in Juba, and of course the Governor and Citizens Forum, which was jointly sponsored between the state government and UNIMIS, to bring the citizens how they can enrich the 4 pillar directions together with our partners. And we have also called for coordination meeting with the NGOs, how the NGOs can coordinate with us in as far as supplementing government programs and coordination. And we agreed that we will be having monthly coordination forums between the NGOs and the state to know what exactly they are doing and equally, so that we avoid duplication and overlap. And I want to announce you that because of this cooperation to the NGOs, particularly UNDP, UNIMIS, and those that are here, that my deputy has led a very big delegation to Yei to launch what we call Resilient Fund tomorrow for close about more than $8 million projects. And we have organized state leadership retreat in the state, bringing all the political parties. And then we have prepared budget workshop. We already kickstarted what is awaiting in now the institutions now to put on their priorities pending the parliament for subsequent approval as far as budgeting is concerned. And then we have approved for us to transit to the process of e-government system. And I think it's a very big document that we cannot really present here. I will only highlight e-government system. I think all of you know this because most of us are intellectuals. And one of them is, of course, our started pilot project on land registry to reduce actual conflicts due to multiple registration of plots. This is our problem here. We want to digitalize land registry and then revenue collection and so on, even e-government operations, council of ministers, parliament, and so on. I think the issues of land challenges in Juba, and he has formed a committee chaired by the Minister of Housing and co-chaired by myself, to investigate and address cases of land grabbing in Juba City and Juba County. And we think we have picked very well, and we are moving very well. It has brought all the heads of the security forces in this country, and we believe we are on track to address this issue. Your Excellency, we have also constructed and rehabilitated some facilities. That is the state government secretariat rehabilitation, some local government institutions, infrastructure of the ministries, Minister of Parliamentary Affairs, Minister of Education, and the funding of the Juba streets. You know, this is a national project, but when we came in, the street lights was not part of that agreement. So we are paying every month $7,000 for the street lights in Juba. And the rehabilitation of this, of course, I mentioned, Lanya County Headquarters, Morobo County Headquarters, Lanya Prime Healthcare, St. Charles, Luanga, and you know Morobo is one of the counties devastated because of the war. And I think almost we're starting from scratch. So we have rehabilitated one primary school. And we have launched a construction of modern maternity ward in Juba County, and I think it is in beam level now. Rehabilitation of Yei, OPD department. And medical wards, and Yei Freedom Square, which is just being launched, as I told you, before the launching of the program, the Resilient Fund, our delegation is launching the Freedom Square of Yei. His colleague Gerard, I think, is the first minister who has presented the policy framework and the Peace Commission. These are already awaiting for Parliament. We have developed, we have purchased road construction equipment for Juba City, and we have rehabilitated road equipment that we found that are there. And I think I'll later highlight to you. And I'm sure you have seen the work in Juba City. This speaks for itself, even if we don't explain. We have purchased vehicles for the state officials, not enough. No single minister is putting, unless if he or she is putting, maybe the vehicle has a problem. Of course, it's mechanical. We have vehicles. We are not saying we should give it your excellence, but we improvise what we have. And then we have purchased. Actually, we have entered into business through our investment corporation into business of purchase and bringing goods in subsidized commodities to the citizens in Juba to roll out in the nearest future of the counties. This is to mitigate skyrocketing prices. The dollar has come down, but still prices are high. So we thought, as a government, we have to help our citizens. We have also purchased 3 ambulances, and we have distributed to the counties of Terkeka, Morobo, and Juba County. And we tend to have every primary health care, at least an ambulance model, to help our mothers, children, and so on, to reduce mortality rate. We have restructured numbers. We don't appoint chiefs. Our chiefs, Your Excellency, are all elected. And I think we are left with about only 2 counties that have not done. And they are now finally ready. We have conducted vaccinations to close to over 31,475. Yes. On preventive measures against the COVID-19. And we have to establish a state task force on COVID-19 led by the Honorable Deputy Governor and with a lot of experts that is working in coordination with the next forces also operational. We have equally distributed drugs to the counties, and then we have established a state constitutional review committee. And I thank you, Your Excellency, you highlighted this. We thought we cannot wait the constitutional making process. We have to do something, and we have established this state constitutional review process. We have also enrolled in this period the training and graduation of 64 medical workers distributed at 40 nurses and 24 midwives between this to meet our determination to improve the quality of healthcare services in the state. We continue to engage with the cattle herders to return to the places of origin and avoid violence. And this is in line with the presidential order number 17 election. One of the fundamental problems we have is the issue of cattle. And I think we have discussed with Governor Governor of Jongole, that most of the cattle are from our neighboring state of Jongole. Though we have our own cattle from our county of Tarakeka, but we have managed. So we thought for peaceful coexistence, this cattle has to go to the place of origin. And this, of course, does not amount into chasing people away, but I think we need to coexist as a people. And we have organized, we continue to strengthen our police patrols to combat urban and road attacks and robberies. And I think for case of Juba, we have clustered Juba in terms of sectors that are managing security. Our dream is to have no single bullet to be had in Juba City, because this is hosting diplomats and the international community, but we're working towards that direction. And the issue of armed robbery on the streets through patrols. Recently, a month and so ago, we led a heavy delegation of the state together with the security chiefs to restore again our lifeline of Nimla. And I think so far things are moving well. So we hope to maintain that as a matter of security priority. We continue to provide humanitarian assistance to victims of floods and conflict. Your Excellency, the POC, which was, the current POC, which is now turned handed to the state as IDP center, continue to pose a challenge, because I think our brothers and sisters, this is something we have to look at in this forum. The atmosphere is now, there is peace. We believe that our brothers and sisters have to come back to their homes, but there is fear. And as such, when I signed the declaration for this POC to be an IDP center, it got some resistance in some quarters. And I think as a government, we need to speak with one voice. Because we are in peace now, we believe our brothers and sisters are being encouraged to come out. However, we are supporting them with the agencies, with the necessary of floods from Jongole to over 30,000 in Mangala. And I think these are brothers and sisters. Definitely, we have to care in view of the current challenges that befallen them. And we believe that situation will improve, because this is a natural disaster. Your Excellency, we continue, of course, to receive the national transfers. And I think for our case, we have gone slightly ahead. Minister of Finance, by 2 months or one, we are ahead by 2 months in all the payment of salaries because of our little resources. We believe actually to pay everybody on time as a matter of principle, because we believe these are rights of people, and there is no reason for us. We can afford to delay other services, but salary is key. Your Excellency, you know, we had a lot of employees as a result of the states, creation of the 28 states, and merging them back to one single state. It was tough. However, I want to announce here that we have unified and redeployed all the state employees from the former defunct states. And we use a simple formula. We say if we had 3 states that constitute the current Central Victoria, it was former Jubek, former Yei River, and then Tarakeka. What we did as of 2016, if you were at director of grade 4 come back to Central Equatoria as grade 4 to avoid conflict. If we are a director general, you come back a director general. Or by chance, because of the creation, you went from here in strategy to unify the workforce. Your Excellency, we continue to meet as cabinet. To discuss issues pertaining to the state. We have convened 12 cabinet sittings and we have adopted 80 resolutions, about 50 of them implemented. And we have formulated and approved rural electrification. But the one of you went down, but we have revived it. But further, we have backed up with solar power to increase urban water in Yei town, and it's working, the power is working in Yei town. And I think Yei is one of the second biggest town after Juba in Central Equatoria. And we, of course, funded in a direction to unite and organize our youth together with UNIBIS and other partners. The youth union we have just concluded 3 days ago, and I think it has been successful, and we tend to reorganize some of our community. We have also contributed resources. I think Governor Luis yesterday was talking about the oil, the oil of Eastern Equatoria. For our case here, we thought we can contribute to the government of South Sudan, and I think His Excellency General Taban will agree with me. Sand, Maram, yes, in view of support that come back to the community, but also stones. For example, Bilinyang mountain is going to be crushed to produce the stones for construction of the road to Bor up to Malakal, because there are no mountains, I'm told, in the middle here. And this, we thought these are contributions to Your Excellency as a state and as a people. I will only highlight a few challenges.
You forgot one. Yes? You forgot the first one. Reorganize the custom law councils.
Yes, law councils. I'm not really following them systematically because I thought
it's important.
It's important. Yes, that is a number.
The second slide before the last one. Page 4.
Oh, page 4.
Yeah, the last slide. Page 4.
The last one, yes, we have recognized the customer law councils and traditional authorities, and we have started training of them and the capacity of our chiefs. To enhance rule of law, because we know chiefs play a very important role, and I think this is done. Actually, the whole intention, Your Excellency, as you mentioned yesterday, we had intended was about to give necessary clarifications on this. So on the state challenge, ladies and gentlemen, of course, we will not miss to say the obvious, that the presence of National Salvation, which is a holdout group, activities in parts of the state are obstructing the implementation of the peace, our government positions. Like the case of killing the sisters. These are unarmed people. So I think we better Your Excellency, as a government, reconsider to define this organization if it is genuine. Probably we have really convinced Your Excellency, Dr. Baranaba, to really expose that this is a terror organization. Sincerely speaking, different political direction, civilians and protection of their lives and property is key. There's no way you can kill civilians. And the menace, if time would allow, will give stories or what they have done in our visits to these counties, that they torment these counties, really, they qualify to be a terror organization. Really, as a matter, because our lives of our people matter. At least if they attack our government convoys, whatever, because they have reason fighting us as a government, but not innocent lives who are going to market. So this is one of our challenges, Your Excellency. And of course, the slow military unification, I think this has been overemphasized because posing a threat, too many forces that are not reorganized. And of course, the underlying land crisis. More so land grabbing, and this is a problem posing security, mostly in Juba City or Juba County. Initially, it was in Kaya, but I think because of the war, it was a little bit scaled down. Your Excellency, there's a serious problem of encroachment of our borders, and I think the Minister of Foreign Affairs is here. Our county of Kejikeji, Morabo, the Republic of Uganda is getting deeper and deeper day by day. And I think it is apparent that we need to do something. And they're attacking our lands in our watch. DRC, to an extent, even has brought their flag and raising in the middle of the market of Morocco town. Now, where is South Sudan? And of course, for purpose of bilateral relationship, we cannot go offensive. And of course, we leave it to the diplomatic engagement. And this is a serious problem, Your Excellency. We have issues of cattle-related conflicts, and I think this is overemphasized because of communal challenges, which we have, though ours were mitigating. It's supposed to be a challenge. One important thing is centralization and control of law enforcement agencies. I can give you an example, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. The issue of traffic police, I'm sure there's serious outcry in Juba. You don't know who is answerable to who. Honorable Minister of Defense yesterday tried to mention what is in the law, but by practice we are doing contract. There is state police, there is state traffic police, there is national traffic police, so each and everybody deployed in the streets of Cuba. And I think it is something that we need to address. Let what belongs to Caesar, and to what? To God, what belongs to God. That should be the open principle. To avoid this confusion. Otherwise, it will become insecurity itself. We have a problem of conflict over revenue and boundary between the state, local government, and national government. For our case, the local government will challenge us in our forums, will address, but I want to bring this specifically about the national government. I hope the Minister of, I wish the Minister of Finance is here. The obvious thing is that recently we are surprised, and I want to repeat what some of my colleagues mentioned. We are not so desperate because of the PIT and other taxes. If you define PIT, the other time when we were as governors, called for the consultation on the issue of taxes, we defined PIT there. And actually we resolved that this issue is a constitutional issue, it should wait until major decisions. We are surprised by the National Revenue Authority unilaterally defying the whole sub-national government and writing a letter direct to NGOs. And I think we thought that is a very serious problem that needs to be accounted by this forum. We are not saying it should not be taken, but if it has to be taken, it must be accordance to the law, Your Excellency, and proper procedures. We are a law-abiding country. No one should be allowed to wake up just every morning and take a decision. Otherwise, we are not building a country. This is just an example, and many others. Your Excellency, one of the resource envelope of the state is the transfers from the national government. And what we are putting here is the state government as a challenge. We will not, sometimes the Minister of Finance, in their guidance of ceiling, tells us that you have to wait before you come with your state budget. And it affects budget cycle. And our parliaments will put us in a lot of tasks as if we do not know what to do. So why am I saying this point? let us be effective, efficient in issues of budgeting. How? Because one of the resource envelope of the state governments, the source of revenue, is the national transfers. And we cannot come up with our own state budget without knowing exactly what are there. And worst of all, because even some of the state taxes, I think 2011 or 12, I stand to be corrected, were centralized exercise and what? Sales tax, which keeps on fluctuating. And we do not know how much is it exactly, is out of what is sent to us. We don't know. This seller adjustment tax. And of course, Your Excellency, there's impediment over intergovernmental relations in regard to state, local government roles. And I want to highlight this point here. Why I mention that we needed the national institutions here, so that we know the role of the national government institutions as the state and local government to avoid this overlap. Sometimes the national institutions also act as implementers. Go and do the smallest job there. What will be the job of the states? And I think this forum would have been better suited to address this. I will not mention what I've said, the health centers, the challenges there, these are obvious, but I will highlight one point, Your Excellency, the issue, if you want the future of this country, we have to address the issue of health concurrent with education. And Your Excellency, many of our people, professionals, are joining the private sector or NGOs due to low salary. They are running away. So we'll end up having a skillful teaching profession, labor. How shall we deliver? I think we have to urgently look at this and improve on the pay structure. And I'm told that there is a new salary structure. I hope it's implemented so that it's part of the mitigation. And Julia is enjoying. I'm sure the salary of Julia cannot even keep up 1 week, my dear secretary. Some politicians are saying even their salary, Excellency, they cannot keep them even for 5 days, even considering the understanding of politics where people think a leader everybody, of course, people have to come and so on. Issues of conflict, issues of police, I think is overemphasized, existence of challenges of taxes, issue of firearms in the hands of civilians. I don't want to repeat this because it's overemphasized. What do you think are the way forward, Your Excellency? One, we think that the issue of security stabilization and peace building, we really have to support the government efforts, as enumerated by Dr. Matt. For the Rome Peace Initiative to continue so that peace, I believe that if the holder groups were not there, agencies and security, recruit and equip police so that effectively they enforce law and order, intensify on our cross border engagements. But of course, we will urge the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the national government to help the demarcation of our international borders so that these conflicts are arrested. On social service, of course, through it because of the war, for our case in Central Korea, we thought it's important to rehabilitate schools, health centers, water points, road networks, recruit and deploy teachers, health workers, water technicians, and so on. And we are Upera Kakeji Road, which is important agricultural connectivity road. Yekeji Komorobo is a loop. All of you know that's an agricultural belt. Juba Tejor, the Situlo area, Gulumbi Kakeji roads is a matter of priority to connect our people to the farmlands. Of course, to build the capacity and equip the customer council, as I highlighted, in the areas of greater Yei counties, Kajukeji, Lanya, Morabo, Yei. And Your Excellency, we need, because this conflict has affected, this is a peace we have done at the political level, but we need to have peace at a local level so that people own this peace. And there are people who have wronged, have created grudges among themselves, and we thought we need to use the local communities, have peace committees at the community level for dialogue, so that as people return, discuss with our partners and those who are here, really we have discussed with them to already come out with what we call return program, and we have developed what we call return strategy as a state for our people as they do come from the neighboring countries. Our strategy, Your Excellency, is people are there. If they come, the schools are destroyed. Where will our children go to? Health centers. And we thought we need to construct and rehabilitate the school health centers, water points, road networks to mitigate return and resettlement problem. And I think we thought this is a very key solution. On the issue of recovery of the economy and investment, we have to develop a comprehensive farmers support initiative and increase community capacity to expand farmlands, food production capacity, and strengthen extension services, which we believe without extension services, nothing much we can do in agriculture. And of course, agriculture mechanization and commercialization to boost economic development. We have to promote digitalization and harmonization of revenue, Your Excellency. And I think we are going to start a pilot project with the Juba City Council and the State Revenue Authority to digitalize revenue authority, similar like what the National Revenue Authority has done, so that government money goes to all the government coffers. And I think we are going to embark on this program. However, we really urge that let these taxes be respected. What is for the national government will take it. What is for the state will, and equally for us, we have to leave what belongs to the counties. This like this, we will not interfere with roles and responsibility of each of the levels. Of course, we have to promote agriculture, sustainable natural resource exploitation, housing, investment that enhance industrialization, trade, access to market opportunities that shall increase state revenue base and the economy, which of course include road network is key. On the same, Your Excellency, we have to rehabilitate and construct our local government and connections, which will boost trade, and we want to repeat, emphasize the need to really believe that these roads are given priority, Your Excellency, because this is an agriculture belt or part of the country. And equally lobby for unrestricted access to direct state and local government donor funding, including grants and borrowing for development assistance. Your Excellency, we have a problem. Actually, I thought, as I still repeat, the Minister of Finance wishes to clarify some of these things. We, the states, according to our constitutions, we are entitled to regional borrowing. And this borrowing what the Ministry of Finance and the Bank of South Sudan will give us all the letters of guarantees. But sometimes our problems, we can conclude negotiation, discuss change, and seek funding to construct water catchments. And I think we are planning to have this in our county of Karkeka to avoid conflicts as a result of water points, to create cattle pasture, avoid unnecessary cattle movement, because movement of cattle itself is the cause of the problem. And I want to request the UNDP to get with UNMIS and other partners and donors. We should have to have a donor conference to seek funding to support the state development pillars. This is my humble appeal to all the partners. We have a clear roadmap. Let us join together, have donor conference. If I outline what they can help our states in view of service. Towards the last, Your Excellency, making Juba City and all our county councils clean, green, and safe. Of course, I want to only underline what we mean. Clean, of course, this is obvious. We want to keep Juba clean. Green, we have now, and I think together with the National Minister of Roads, I don't know if he's here, really I want us to clap for him because he has helped us give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar. Yes, he's there. Juba is becoming clean with his support and the direction of the President and the Presidency. And I want to thank you for that. In terms of bridges, I will not give you real bulk because you have seen them. You have moved in Juba. So we have started organizing markets, waste collection, and then disposal along roads. Actually, we have criminalized throwing, littering, what we call street littering in Juba. What we are left with, enforcement. We have issued a number of orders criminalizing littering, and I think what is left is enforcement, and then planting of trees, landscaping, and you have seen which is ongoing in Juba, beautification of trees, flowers among the streets, roads, and around residential areas. We're encouraging our family soon will have inspection teams. You don't have 3 or at least 3 per house. I know people will argue that our plots are so small. Where can I plant this? At least put 2 or 3. I'll feed trees, I'll get a question, deep manzar. In your homes, in hotels, industrial areas, and public places. And of course, we intend to recruit and train metropolitan police who shall be responsible to combat urban crimes and public order and security in the city. Really metropolitan, because crimes of the city are very complicated. Sometimes you need a specialized unit, and we're intending to do that in metropolitan. But I think if we allocate waste disposal, disintegration, and filtering sites, which we are going to, I think the end of this month, we are going to have, and through our government, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Minister of Environment, I want to thank my Honorable Justin, my dear wife, for coming up with the JICA project. We are going to have waste disposal machines arriving. So they are now coming. You will see we will be washing the tarmac road and so on for cleaning Juba. And tankers that we can put into places. Establish water and electric cooperation at our local level to manage this. So therefore, Your Excellency, the revitalized agreement on the resolution of conflict in South Sudan was reached between different political parties and armed opposition groups crafted to attain durable peace and stability in the country. For us in Central Equatoria, there are no overall policy decisions that are taken without reaching consensus. Actually, we don't quarrel. You'll hardly know who is Viva, well, Boom, well, Sunu, we are sons and daughters of Central Equatoria. That is the underlying fact. We are working together in collective action and responsibility. And that is through collective engagement of the state, different leadership, local government institutions, and matters involving security, public order, provision of services. We are working together. And of course, on the dissemination of the agreement, we are going to continue so that the people in our local language, actually, we thank the agreement now is being translated in our local languages, and I think we also tend to undertake so that people really understand. I think people are understanding the agreement. And then really we want to add the unification of the forces. For example, and the cantonment and assembling areas. Because it's creating problem. Initially, the tendency of these parallel administrations, I don't know how the states have not got this, but for a case, Your Excellency, without victimizing another political part of the agreement, like Panyume, Contonme, we continue to get a lot of problems from our brothers and sisters there. The Commission of Morocco and the Commission of Kajikeji, they could not access. People tend to still maintain those parallel administrations, and I think this is not healthy for us. The president is here, the president of the government of national unity, you are in this so that the implementation of the peace is smooth. So we definitely will continue to facilitate and hinder access to humanitarian intervention and maintain public order on the humanitarian agencies, local root peace initiatives that we are discussing, and we have developed another key. The communities have now become aware, like Yale River County, last month, all the chiefs, women, intellectuals, set in a place called Waya, towards Kejiko. I think those of you who know Kejiko conference location, and they declared that no more bloodshed for the soil in Ye. And I think Morocco are doing the same. In view of NAS, I think these local initiatives definitely will yield fruits. And I think this is a very, very, so people are owning the importance of peace as opposed on the question of course, of human rights and other related violence. As mentioned, we have put measures on that, and we believe that it has to be undertaken. And then finally, we tend to propose really and appeal to you that we need to establish the consistent development fund. I know somebody will say that process initially is on pros and cons, but I think, so we really want to appeal that let the consistent development fund be initiated. The development fund, this is where people will get services easily. So we have put some pictures here, but not all the pictures, because we intended to have, these are some of the meetings, rallies, just few of them, but we tend to have a narrative because we want to document these narratives as opposed to pictures. Thank you for listening, Your Excellency.
Thank you. I want to give the administrative the chance now, and then after that, the Minister of Roads. They want you. Be if you want to get up, stand up. Sit down, stand up, sit down. Kuluko is my brother while he's preparing himself. Six minutes. Okay, you now can sit down. They did not jump. You sit down.
Your Excellency, the first Vice President, Your Excellencies, the Ministers of the national government.
Governors, you sit down. Yes.
My colleagues, the governors of the state and chief administrators, Maulana, all the ministers and Secretary Generals from the state distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen of the press, allow me, Your Excellency, the First Vice President, Abia area is represented in this forum by me and Honorable Maloney Tongor, the Minister of Defense, Maloney, and Honorable Ring Dengkwal, the Secretary General of our administration. We are three here. We came, very few, Your Excellencies, not because we don't believe that this forum is very important. We were supposed to be 5, but we only have 5 ministries for the administrative area. This is against 38 ministries of the national government and 17 ministries in the states. So we have had only 5 ministries. The Minister of Local Government and Law Enforcement Agencies is my deputy, so I left him to handle the security of the area. Your Excellency, I will present according to the format sent to us by the Office of the Presidential Affairs, consisting of 7 points: profile, and then you have vision, mission, values, priorities, challenges, way forward, and the plan for the implementation of the revitalized is the line of the 9 Northern chiefdoms. It is about 10,556 square kilometers. 8 minutes to 29 degree east, and between the latitudes 9 degree 19 minutes to 10 degree 10 minutes north of equator. This is as per the Code of Arbitration ruling of the 22nd of July 2009 at Hague, Netherlands, which you were the leader of our government at that time. Geographically, Abia area borders northern Bargadal State to the west, Warab State to the south, Urueng administrative area to the east, and Sudan to the north. Its population is about 400,000 persons. However, because of insecurity and successive displacement, the existing population now, as I'm talking to you, is about 250 persons. The population is highly homogeneous, composed of Northern chiefdoms and some few migrants from population from different parts of South Sudan are used to be in the early history. The overall land of Abiy is a flat clay soil covered with variety of acacia and other valuable plant communities. Moreover, the climatic seasonality, fluctuations, and landscape structures make it different well in some seasons. The Abiy area falls within the tropical climatic zone, hot and dry, with the exceptions of rainy season up to October, when it heavily rains. The annual rainfall is just about 100 millimeters, while several perpetual streams traverse the area, all feeding into River Kir, which mostly holds water throughout the dry season. Lower downstreams, southeast of Abiy town. Politically, the resolution of 2004 which is called the Abiy Protocol, is one of the 6 protocols of the Comprehensive Peace Agreement of 2005. The final status of Abiy area remains to be decided by Sudan and South Sudan, the president. In October 2013, the Dinka people of Abiy voted, and I'm underlining here, 99.8% in a free and fair community referendum to join South Sudan. People said by 99.8% that they are South Sudanese. The results were not recognized by UN. African Union, Sudan, and surprisingly, by our country, South Sudan. However, the National Conference of the National Dialogue done to to recognize the results. Your Excellency, the Hague Award of 22nd July 2000 clearly defined the borders of Abiy area, the Abiy box, transferred to Kordofan in May 2009 by the then British very strong mechanized brigade supported by helicopter gunships, and they also have a good modern artillery and tanks. The population is in livestock grazing, while 10% of the population in the Abiy area practices other occupations. The area has two main towns. Abiy town, which is the capital of Abiy special administrative area, and Agok, sense of the word between northern Bargadal and western Kordofan. In terms of basic social services, I'm still reading on the profile and I'm about to finish. In terms of basic social service, there are 37 primary schools, 5 secondary schools, and 15 free primary schools in the area. Also, there are 2 main hospitals and 2 referral hospitals. One of the referral hospitals is MSF hospital, and that hospital is a real regional hospital in the real sense of the word, helping our people all over northern Sudan, from Wau, Kwajok, Awil, Bantu, all of them, they go for referral services in MSF hospital in Agong. We are also building our own referral hospital with the support of the Abyei sons and daughters in diaspora, inside Abyei town, and the hospital is called Amena Beg Hospital. Also, our community here in Juba are contributing in the building of that hospital. The area has received a good number of livestock influx from the neighboring Tuch, Malwal, Nuer communities are now grazing peacefully in the area. There is no floods in Abyei area as I'm talking to you. No flooding in Abyei area because the land is a bit high land. And all the livestock from our neighboring communities, that is Tuch, in Warab, Malwal, in Awil East, and Unity State are now grazing together, Unity State from, and are living in peace and harmony. Your Excellency, Abyei vision, mission, and values. Our vision is peaceful, secure, and prosperous Abyei in the Republic of South Sudan. The citizens of Abyei now are citizens. They are full citizens of South Sudan, and at the same time also they are citizens of Sudan. We want Abyei to be fully a part and parcel of South Sudan. This is our vision. Our mission is twofold. Number one, to use all forms of peaceful struggle to reach settlement of the final status of the Abyei area. We are a struggling people. Ours is a struggle for the defense of our land. So this is our first mission. The second mission, to provide basic social services to the residents of the Abyei area. Core values. Number one, loyalty to Abyei cause and people of South Sudan is a very important condition. B, integrity, professionalism, resilience, transparency, and recapitulated in the following. Number one, to effectively contribute in reaching settlement of the final status of Abia area. It's political. It is a political agenda. Settlement of the final status of Abia area is reached. Number two, to support UNISFA effectively in the security of Abia area, including safe return of our people to their original villages. Number three, to maintain law and public order in the area. Peaceful coexistence within our community and with all our neighbors. With our own neighbors, including the Jaira Musiri. We want to live in peace with all of them. Another priority is to empower our women and youth in order to contribute effectively to the Abia cause. Provide basic social services to our people, among which are education, health, food security, roads, clean drinking water, and others that I will mention below. Urbanization, urban planning and survey of our towns. Including the county headquarters, is also our important priority. It is not accompanied by the pictures. Okay, so the presentation comes first and later on. Okay. To sensitize our communities to comply with the Ministry of Health precautions on COVID-19 and vaccination imperatives. To support the agriculture sector, being the pillar of economic development and the main economic activity of almost 90% of our population in the area. To support the return of IDPs to their respective and refugees to respective home villages and areas, and deliverance of return requests. Rehabilitation of feeder roads and other basic utilities in the area, as well as construction of the empowerment of all justice and law enforcement agencies to promote rule of law and order in the area. The other two are repetitions. And rehabilitation of the area administration premises and facilities. Namely, we managed to construct our finance department headquarters premises. We have also rehabilitated area guest house. We managed to construct doctors' accommodation in a manner big. Referral Hospital. We are also now almost at the final stages of construction of cemetery, a food reserve to stabilize sorghum prices in the market to avoid food gaps in the area. We have a strategic grain reserve, which we have bought, trying to bring up the prices of sorghum. Then, in collaboration with a Chamber of Commerce, we take this sorghum to the market, and this is really stabilizing the prices in the market. Some years back, the prices of malwa used to go up to 150, but for the last 1 year, it did not proceed 500 South Sudanese pounds. From 1,500 South Sudanese pounds to 500 South Sudanese pounds. Subsidizing sorghum. We are also allocating some funds to support our social basic services in the area with a special attention to education. So in addition to the salary that you are sending to us here, we add in an incentive for the teachers. So we put in a separate column, this is the salary you are receiving from the government. You are giving you. So this relatively greener pasture. Greener pasture in comparison to our neighboring areas. And there is a movement, human beings always move to greener pastures. Non-governmental organization and national governmental organization, a strategy which have won us the support of all these organizations. We have established and completion of a vocational training school in a town in partnership with IOM. We have also convened a customer law review and has accomplished. It was accomplished in a partnership with we made 5 workshops where we have reviewed our customer law to be in conformity with the Constitution of South Sudan. Very strong decisions have come out from there that women must always be members of all the courts, traditional courts in the area. Also, we have banned marking of hate. We have banned the removal of down teeth. And piercing of a ear spike. . oils. So boys who pierce their ears are not welcome there. Who brought all these marks we have in South Sudan? Even in the Sudan, a little bit of shaggy, me or Hidashar, were H, were T, they came with a British. All of them came with the British. Today they are the ones teaching us the ethics of civilization.
Okay. Okay, guys, thank you for watching. I think we out of the things in over there. So thank you for watching Let's Stay Media. Let me see. Have a good day.
It's your boy Young Love. I give him that thing. Punch your leg stand and punch it America. Banyi doll ban punch your leg stand and punch it America. Banyi doll ban wo ko jile kankar watana wache. Oga leg gear kwa ogara leg panda wadiya punch it America. Banyi doll ban chingitongo pandon kujwera baya cheka. Watu panda jwero wadiya bi Panchi America, Banji Dwal, Pan Legacy.